okay. I think, oh shoot. Hang on. I forgot to do this. Bear with me. Hi, how's it going? Yep. We are back. We are back. We are back. Hello, hello, hello. And yes, the 3 unskippable ads, it does. It's while the stream starting soon thing is on. So then pre-roll ads aren't there for an hour. That's what I've found right now is the best option, I guess, just to kind of have a but I wish it was. There was like a better way, but I don't know. Anyway, yes, getting to the things, and then apologies. Sorry, I was AWOL last week and said nothing. I'm usually good about saying, oh, hey, sorry, missing this week. But yes, we'll get into that. It was Easter, right? Happy Easter. And then this past weekend, I had an event. And then another thing, which I'll get to when we get to story time. So, how dare I interrupt your Shepherd studies by going live? I mean, this is the better option, is it not? Not study-wise. Hello, by the way, how's it going? What is my cat's name? Well, okay, so it's funny, because, so her actual name is Amara, because I was really into Supernatural at the time, and she had a brother who was her complete opposite. Very white, very fluffy. She's really, what is it called? Very cat-like. And then her brother was very chill and just lazy and just, yeah, all sorts of like the light to her dark sort of a thing. So his name was Chuck. So Chuck and Amara from the show Supernatural. But they also, back during COVID, I made them an Instagram and TikTok, and they went by other names, Crackle and Pot Sticker. So yeah, so technically they had 2 names, but yeah, it's Amara. But yes, how are Shepherder studies going, by the way? It has been a bit. I haven't done a Shepherder in a while. I know I enjoy Shepherder very much. And as a future double I should be aware of what is going on with the Shepherder. Haha, rhyme, but So yeah. And I will say, my cat is the sweetest. We're actually very similar. She's rather shy, but then also very, out there when she's comfortable. And yeah, she likes snuggles sometimes, but other times, yeah, it's more just like be in my vicinity and give me pets when I want it, the usual cat thing, and not when I don't. So yeah, yeah. I love my baby. Doing well. You have like 2 more lessons before stage 3. Check and check right for IR. Yay! That is so exciting. So, but, well, so do you feel good about it? Like, are there any like spots that you feel like you really need to work on, or is it kind of coming pretty like overall making the progress sort of a thing? We're pretty similar. She flies good. Well, or maybe we're similar in the fact that we both don't fly very well. I'm kidding. No, I've wanted to take her up. I've wanted to like have that whole thing where it's like, oh yeah, you can go fly with your pet, and she would definitely not like that at all. But yeah. Hello, by the way, how's it going? But I can dream. G'day, how's it going? And you severely miscalculated your time to study for your written. Oh no! It'll all work out, right? Because, okay, so I was going to ask about that. So you have like 2 more lessons before stage 3 check and then check ride. So like, how many... Because, yeah, usually it's like you kind of want to get that written out of the way as quickly and as soon as possible. And it kind of seems like you're pretty far along and not have it written. I'm just saying, I'm curious, again, as a future double act. What flight are we doing today? I'm not sure. We're going to do, I think, another cross country with the VOR and the ILS. So because I've been doing the IFR flights in real life, the point A to point B, the filing and stuff, but I'm still too nervous to do the VOR and the ILS because then I have to switch to the green needles. And what if I do something silly? So I need to get, so I only do the RNFs. So, yeah, we'll find a VOR and an ILS and do those and practice those and get into a good rhythm for those, I think. So yeah, that's at least the plan that I like half baked as I was. Is this what we got here? What we got here? Okay, that looks kind of fun. Sop. So plan. And what about this one? That's an RNAV. We don't want it. And this one has an ILS as well. Is there one with a VOR? This one has an ILS. Is for the love of God. Where are the VORs? Oh, here's a VOR. Okay. So plan. Sorry. I will. I'll get back to chat, but I should actually like have something. 42. Sorry, that was highly unnecessary. I don't want it that far though. Maybe this way has an ILS somewhere. I would like it to be a little over 50, I think. Or do we care? Do we care? Do we care? I don't think we care, do we? Well, for our ATP. Oh, hang on. Well, now that I look at it. Oh, well, you know what we can do? We can take off here. Boom. Go to this VOR. Go to this VOR, which then is what probably goes into this VOR approach, which is probably going to be our ATP cross country. So that is 56. Perfect. Yeah, let's do that. And yeah, we'll just start heading directly that way, and then it's gonna go like that, and then yeah. Yells! I won't do that. But always be ready for it. Okay. You feel pretty good. Flying is easy. It is just the knowledge. Hold entries are a bit hard to get right. So the you mean for the written? Is that what you're talking about? Because does that mean we need to go over Perry the Holdopus? Macaque crash land 6 times, 7th maybe the... Isn't it 9? I thought it was always cats had 9 lives, unless I'm missing something. It's probably a good joke, but I missed it because I don't know things. The chief CFI took forever to get you enrolled in the 141 ground school. Well, what do you mean you don't need to be in no ground, some 141 ground school? Do your own study. What are you talking about? But okay, so I guess like, yeah, if you're going to have to go over all of it anyway, why would you put that time in, spend that time? But dang, what the heck? Gosh, them chief CFIs, I tell ya. You got a Sunbird plane spotting with a brand new camera today, even though you stay current on the industry, but it's still a 10-year leap into, oh God, what have I done? What have I done? Oh God, how do I undo whatever I just did? I don't, can I just delete whatever? Oh God, oh no, I'm sorry. Hang on. Oh, what have I done? Okay, what is this and how do I get rid of it? What did I do? I don't want to type a message. What is it? Oh, okay, we're just gonna leave that there then. No, it's still on there. What the frick? Hang on. Oh, now what am I moving? No. What is, sorry. I somehow... What did I do? And how do I get it off? Okay, hang on. There, okay, that's what I need to get rid of. How did I do that? How do I get rid of it? Okay, add, copy, remove. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. All of a sudden, type a message showed up on my standby screen for, yeah, anyway, sorry. Yeah, fixed it. But excellent. So sunburn plane spotting, brand new camera. How is the camera going? 10-year leap in technology. Dang, okay. Sounds like fun. Do the VOR, KPWV, and then the localizer back course at KLBB. How far of a flight is it? Where did it go? Oops. Am I not typing it in correctly? It's not giving me KPWV. Are all of us from the US? I can only speak for myself. I am. A firm. Yeah, the written and also when you are put in the spot in the plane and need to do in the plane. Right. Oh, okay. In the written and also when you put on the spot. So there is a really good video. There's a really good video for figuring that out. And I can't remember which one it was because I'll be honest, I haven't used it myself in the actual plane, but I remember it was a really good one. And it was something to do with the thumb. It's the thumb trick. Find that one. And it is. It's just a practice thing. And like getting just really used to how and why the things are the way they are. So yeah. Again, like I said, parallel the Holdipus helped me. He could help you, but it could just be one of my weird brain things. As far as you know, we're all North America, but you can't speak for everyone. Right, yes. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, you figured knock out the ground school and then do Shepherd Air, but it might have been worth it to do it the other way around. Could have, definitely. Do you have Pilots Cafe? You should also get Pilots Cafe. Cheat sheet. KPVW. That was before I started planning. I'm sorry. KPVW. Oh, okay. Well, it's a little far away from us, well, where we were planning. However, let us see. I will be honest, like that could okay, so the one thing is Charlie, it's a Charlie airport. What are you talking about? We can't go to a Charlie airport. That's scary. Just kidding, it's not bad. It's only 30 nautical miles though. Oh no, I don't know. Yeah, your DSLR was from 2015. New mirrorless. Ooh, mirrorless is from this year. You were actually running into scenarios where the new gear is potentially too good. What does that mean? How? Which one is it? Oh God, which one is what? What did I say? Which one is what? I don't remember what I was saying. Or maybe that's not even what it was about. This evening you've been working on a post-processing workflow. Okay. This evening you've been working on a post-processing workflow. Took an initial stab at it, wasn't really happy with the results, but now you tried another approach and now you're getting fantastic results. Ooh, okay. So just needed to tweak the process a little bit. Okay. So do you get to see them at all? Not to pry. Like you understand the entries, but figuring out what is correct. Right. I think we might need to do a little parallel the Holdipus at the end of this. It won't do the CX requirement. You train out of that's Lubbock, right? So that is why you recommend. So you're gonna judge my my localizer back course. The one thing I'll say about the localizer back course is part of the reason why we were doing the ILS is that we can get the glide slope for it. However, you know what? I'm gonna take a picture of the ones that we picked this time. We'll do those next time when hopefully I'm a little bit earlier. Let's try it. It'll be interesting. Oh gosh. So we're gonna take off from Lubbock, go land Plainview, and then come back to Lubbock to do the back course. This is a terrible idea. Whose idea was this? So scary. Scary. Because yeah, then that's not so much time in the air either. Okay, so we're going here. Boom. Going here. Boom. We're gonna do our takeoff. Minimums. Oh, well, this will be fun because then we'll yeah. You can let us know your experience with these, as well as maybe there'll be some nuggets that even you don't know. Unlikely, but possible. Localizer back course. Do I even know how to do a localizer back course? Guess we're gonna find out. That was probably unnecessary. But was it? Was it? All right. So, takeoff minimums first from Lubbock. Continued. So, Lubbock Exec Air Park. Departure procedure. Runway 17, climb on heading 175 to 4,000 before proceeding on course. Runway 35, climb on heading 355 before, runway heading probably to 4,300 before proceeding on course. Shall we see why? So 17 is like that. Ooh, I wonder if it's like, is it just the city sort of thing? Hang on. Bum, bum, bum. So 17, it said, to 4,000 and 3.5 to there. So 4,000. Client 17 is to 4,000. Is it? Hang on, let me reread that. Nope, not that one. This goes here. 17 whoosh, to 4,000 before proceeding on course. So climb up to 4,000. I mean, could be that stuff. And then proceed on course wherever. Or for the 300, where is it? Just for 355. And I guess I should ask, which one is which? 3.5 left. Okay. To 4,300. Interesting. I guess I'm not sure why they're... Mustafa, thank you for the raid. How is it going? How was your stream? What were you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. What's heart? We're looking at takeoff minimums currently. And oh gosh, sorry. I should probably also come back to that. Hang on. So the sensor is considerably smaller, but with advancements in sensor tech, it's massively outperforming the bigger one. Ooh, nice. This means your shutter speed is too fast to properly blur the props. So can you adjust settings for that? Or is that part of your like post-production thing somehow? I don't know all this stuff. I can ask the questions, but whether or not they're good ones is the question. Either way, it is fine. You just wanted to recommend it. If you want to get the cross country, you could hit IO6. No, not IRA, but it hits 50. You do it to... Wait. What do you mean? How do you cheat it? Not IRA. Oh, okay. So, like, it's not an instrument airport, so you just wander up there to get the 50 and then come back in for an instrument? Is that what you're saying? That is not KLBB. What do you mean? KLBB! It's in the thingy! Lubbock! Am I not looking at it right? IFR spaghetti! And now I'm hungry again. Hello, by the way, how's it going? I was looking at the Lubbock exec. Oh, no, wait, but is Oh, good gracious me. But where, what? The thing is wrong. The thing is wrong. Why does it say, oh, it's because both of them are in Lubbock. Okay, that makes sense. Everything makes sense now. Raid. Hello, how's it going? Old school 727 ops via radio nav and a little, oh gosh, INS. I should know that, shouldn't I? Is it something like inertial something system? Oh no, help. You're learning. You're not learning. No learning. But hello, by the way, how's it going? Professional help is in the chat. Sounds good because, well, I'm semi-professional, but I don't consider myself professional on chat. Thus, the disclaimer below. Hi to duty. I like that one. I like that one a lot. You learned to fly in Lubbock years ago? Well, that just cements our decision to be here. Perfect. Yay. Howdy. Lol. Sorry. It is inertial navigation system. I mean, it was right there. So, okay. How does that one all work and how should I know? And oh gosh. Yes, no learning. Just fly to IO6 and either touch and go or go around and head back. No, we should be fine because it'll take me a while to figure out the localizer backwards. But we should look at it to see the cheatings that you do. Where is it? IO6. Is it I06? Got it. Real interesting. I don't know. For some reason, I would have assumed that one would have had an approach, but I guess not. Maybe it will at some point. But no, that'll be fine. Just because, yeah, I did get started so late, so it's probably better to not go, so much. You're not impressed until someone can do a fix-to-fix off of just a VOR and RMI only. At some point, gonna get there. You have done that, it's fun. Oh, that's good. Even more fun when you use the wind side of the E6B whiz wheel to nail it. It will. We will attempt to do that at some point, but until then, the professionals, you guys, can stick to that. That's so cool. Okay, so we got all our stuff here, got that there. Let's recheck our takeoff minimums and obstacle departure procedures. Oh, look, there is none. Excellent. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I did. I just assumed. I was like, oh, Lubbock continued. So I'll just look here and not look at the rest of the things. But we're good now. We're good. We're all fine. So then we're going to go to our VOR. So, I mean, we could just file to the VOR, but I think it'll be more fun to just go to the VOR. So, VOR. It is correct and up to date. Frequency, approach course 24, 6,000 runway length, 33, 3,400 for our touchdown zone elevation. When local altimeter setting not received, use Lubbock altimeter setting, increase all MDA 100 feet, increase straight in 4, visibility irrelevant, circling irrelevant, helicopter visibility irrelevant. We'll have our frequencies. So we'll be coming in, we're coming in from here, going to the VOR. We'll be doing just a straight in, and so we'll be going right to our initial approach fix and doing a straight in so we'll request a straight in to the final approach fix, and go 5.6 nautical miles, 5,200, and down to our straight in minimums of 3840. 90 knots, 344, missed approach, straight ahead 4,500, climbing right 5,200 to the VOR and hold. Excellent. And then our takeoff minimums from there. Takeoff minimums, runway 4, 300 feet, 300 ceiling, 300 feet, and 1.5 statute miles, or standard with a minimum climb of 420 feet per nautical mile to 3,700. So, and again, every time I go over this, I have to try and not remember what it means, but like go over it again. So standard is whatever part you're flying. So part 91, 00 takeoff is okay. Or I should say it's legal. Should you do it? Probably not. Good to use the, what was it? If there aren't takeoff minimums, well, and it's standard with a climb of 200 feet. And now I have to look for something. Hang on. I have to find the thing. Because this is where not that. What am I looking for? This is where there. The terps comes into play. Is this the one? Howdy, 10787 floating around us. Absolutely, why not? That sounds excellent. Congrats on the CFI, thank you. It's a tough rating to get. You've never been one, even though you are professional help. Yes, it was a lot, but the thing is I'm really happy that I did as much as I did and took the time for it, because it's made the actual doing of it a lot easier, as well as I think the check ride was easier than it could have been had I not put the time and the practice into it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm always told that I do a lot more than I should. And I do. I overdo stuff, but I justify it by I get pretty significant, what is it called? Test jitters. So I feel like whatever you need to be at in order to pass the check ride, I need to be at much more than that, because my jitters bring me down that much more. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm really happy with it. And I've gotten, actually doing the CFI stuff has made everything a lot easier as well. But now I'm back into working on the double I, and I'm back at, oh my God, why is anybody letting me do this? And I'm not going to be good and everything. Well, part of that is because like I don't fly instrument enough because I'm such a little baby. So I'm like, why would I be teaching other people to do instrument stuff when I don't do the instrument stuff? But I've been doing the instrument stuff now, so that should help. Bet you weren't expecting that response. Sorry. But yes, thank you. I do. I appreciate it. And it is. It's tough, and it's for a reason, I guess. It's you're being placed into your hands is fledgling chicks who must learn to fly. Big aluminum, it's not aluminum, metal, I should say. Metal contraptions in the sky. But it was a rhyme. You always do the procedure turn? Okay, here's the deal. Let me look at this. So you're coming from Lubbock. How are you procedure turning? Hang on. Okay, so you're going like this. You're coming like here. Plan. No. Sorry. That is quite the turn that you have to make. The reason why you do the sorry. not to, what's the word? Not to crud all over your procedures, but the reason you do the procedure turn is so that you don't have to make these like weird, like very tiny angled turns. So going bloop and then doing the bloop in to do the turn. Is there a different like angle that you come in at the VOR? Oh, you go up to this one first and then come down to there. Well, of course you would do the procedure turn because you're cheating. You're near, oh my God, we're near your neck of the woods. Well, we got all the Lubbocks in here this even. Perfect. Well, yay, I am. I'm glad we're doing this one now, even though it's a Charlie airspace. I keep like saying things like that, but I feel like I'm better about it now. Offset approach. I didn't even look at that. Oh, not too bad, but yeah, definitely. Okay. That is good to be aware of. I should have noticed that. And that is the thing, like looking at the approach course 2-4 versus the 4. Should have told me that. How about doing the procedure turn, or are we legal to do the holding in lieu? Well, okay. Oh God. Okay, hang on. Well, oh, okay, hang on. So like, let me get my lesson plans. I'll be honest, I haven't looked at these particular lesson plans. Shoot, they're on here. I don't have, no, they are on here. Hang on. So, okay, before I look, I guess I will just throw out there what I think. My thought process. So typically when I see the barb, I go to the fix, go out for 2 minutes, turn to this degree for 1 minute, and then turn 180 degrees, start the descent if necessary, and then come back in, join the final approach course, and continue. However, let me look. Non-precision, precision, missed approach, circling approach, landing from a straight-in approach, procedure turns. Okay. The barbed arrow, depicted as a 45-degree, 180-degree barbed arrow. The type and rate of turn and when it is started is up to the pilot. So, yes, we could do a procedure turn, which includes the hold in lieu of procedure turn. So we could just do a little hold here and go back in instead of doing the barb. The barb just says we need to stay on this side. As long as we're on the protected side, we should be good. Did I get it right? Is anyone in chat going to the Great Alaska Aviation Gathering this weekend? I hope. Are you then? Are you going? For those of us who aren't, we must live vicariously then. You have to go to work. What server are we on tonight? I assume East, but remind me once we get into the US East, I think, unless we switched to US West recently. Yes, remind me when we get in to check it, to double check. You say I'm driven and not the jitters. I'm not, which is a good thing. I don't like tests. I like doing the thing, but I don't know how to I'm like academically nervous. I'm good at like written tests. Like I want to do a good job. I want to get the A's and stuff. So like when it's a practical test like this, there's just so much more that can get, I don't know what it is. I've never been good at like oral tests, and yeah, practical sorts of tests. Written book stuff, I'm excellent at. But it's like, I like to do a good job academically, but I feel like I'm less good at doing well in the practical sense, test wise. If that makes sense. It's like, it's the test setting itself. Like, I'll go out and do the stuff all on my own, but yeah. Procedure turns are for nerds, then I guess we better do it. Cause, and that's the other thing is I think, I'm just gonna use the autopilot for the en route phase and then just actually do the hand flying, for the approaches this time. So we might as well, question mark. And it is just for practice. Okay. You spawn into the airport and see your pilot in the air 10 feet in front of your plane. Why use the plane when you can fly on your own, I guess? Why? What does that mean? How? Procedure turn is a course alignment, right, in a non-radar environment. It is required when flying in ICAO airspace if you're not wishing. If you're not on a plus minus 30 degrees. Okay, I might need the source for that part, the plus minus 30 degrees. Because that seems like right, but I'm not sure I've ever looked at a source for that. And I would have thought, like, that's one of the things where it's like the procedure turn is depicted, so you have to do the procedure turn sort of thing. But like, just if you're coming this way, ask ATC, hey, can I just get a straight in because I'm coming this way? And they'd be like, all right. So I would like to, and if I'll write it down too so that I remember to look as well. Because that would make things easier. You didn't realize so many people were a 10-hour drive north of you. Well, there you go. Guys got to have a, I don't know, can you call it? It's not really a reunion, I guess. It's just a gathering. You've been flying IRL for 40 years, so you're going to push me. Perfect. Yes, that's okay. Yes, like I do. I take it very seriously and everything. If I ever come off that like, ooh, flippant or anything about anything, I'm really not. I'm in here, but when I'm actually in the plane, in that environment, I'm definitely not. I do take it very seriously. In FAA airspace, you can do either a procedure turn or holding in lieu. Right. If in ICAO airspace, you must fly. Okay. You must fly the procedure as depicted. Okay, and I guess that's the thing. I am in the U.S., so that is how I have learned is you have the freedom with the barbed arrow. So, one caveat's with I'm not sure what that means. I'm sorry. It probably made sense, but I'm really slow at reading, so I'm sorry. You are going, yay! Plan is to check out Anchorage since you're considering living up there, and to network a bunch since you finally hit 135 VFR minimums. Yes! Congratulations! That's so cool, and I hope it goes well, and I hope you let us know what happens, and yeah, all those good things. If you would like to, I guess you don't have to, but that would be cool. But yes, definitely. Hello! Oscar just said thank you for the follow. Appreciate you putting up with me and my shenanigans. That's excellent. Sorry, okay, one caveat with ICAO. If you're not with the ICAO, and again, not US and Canada, if you're not within plus minus 30 degrees of that outbound course, you must do an alignment maneuver, hold if depicted, or request maneuvering airspace if not to be within that plus minus 30 degrees. And that, again, okay. So is the plus minus 30 degrees not for the US then, or not specific to the US? Procedure turns are for nerds. Guess you are a nerd as you don't have enough fingers and toes to count how many you've done in real life. Right, exactly. Is anywhere outside the US and Canada. That's what I thought. Okay, perfect. So and that is the thing. So again, US based. It's always been like, if the hold is depicted and there's nothing that says no PT, sorry, did I say hold? The procedure turn, if the procedure turn is depicted, and there's nothing that says no PT, you're supposed to do it. Unless you just ask ATC for a straight in. Or one of my last IFR flights, ATC cleared me without me asking for a straight in, so to not do the procedure turn. So that was nice that I didn't have to do that. But yes, so that is, and that's one of those things too, that this is one of the things too that this was a year or so or more, I don't know, ago, that back before I was very new, or back when I was more new with Friendstructor and I was still more with number one instructor, Friendstructor mentioned that, maybe I should be saying this, that not a lot of times, kind of, in the more professional flying, it's almost like expected, if you're on like a course, to not have to do the procedure turn. You just don't do it. Like, you don't even have to really ask. And I took, what's the word? I can't remember. I was like, I don't like that. I don't think so. And I talked to number one instructor about it, because I was like, I mean, that just didn't seem right to me. And he was like, well, kind of too. But and I was like, what? And I was just like, well, I'm going to be the weird one, the annoying one, who's like, well, actually, I would like a straight in, please. So like, hey, requesting straight in or confirming that I'm cleared straight in. And number one instructor's just like, yeah, as long as you know that you're going to be the annoying one. And I was like, yes, I will be very aware of it. But then, if in doubt, always ask ATC. Absolutely. Because I was going into, I think it was a Charlie airport, and I was talked into doing IFR, and I was coming at an angle where, it would have been not easier, but just like, I didn't have to do the procedure turn. And so I was coming up on it, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to ask. I was like, hey, confirmed, cleared, straight in. And ATC comes back and they're like, no, give me one turn in the hold. And I was like, oh, wait, dang it. And so then I start trying to punch the hold back in and everything. And then all of a sudden a different controller comes on. So I assume the supervisor, and they're like, no, you're okay. Go ahead, go straight in. So, because there were some other things where it was like, it did kind of seem like they were like learning on the job, sort of. But that was just one of those things where I felt justified in my like pedantics. Is that a new word? I know pedantic is its own thing, but pedantics, does that work? The annoying one is often the smart one. No one wants to fill out a NASA report. Yes, exactly. Not saying I haven't, but was going to say the annoying one is actually following the law this time. Let the cool guys deal with any consequences if something goes wrong. Right. I do. I know pedantic is a word, but I mean pedantic as in pedantics. So like making it into a different word. It's the antics of pedantry. Is pedantry a word? I'm not actually sure. So yes. Anyway, so that whole thing. So I guess with all of that, should we just do a quick whole, I don't know, and then wander in, or should we just do the straight in? I don't know. It's up to you guys. You guys pick. And if you don't, I'll decide on the spot. We'll see what happens. Okay, so that was for that one. Yeah. You asked, and then we were looking at the takeoff minimums here. Oh, and then we were talking about this. Okay, yeah. So, and then, okay. So going back to takeoff minimums. So takeoff minimums being, we have to have a ceiling of 1.5. So this is our takeoff and approach procedure charts rate of climb table. So this is what is required for us. However, so this is for, yeah, the specifics, sort of a thingy. So like 90, and if we want a 3% gradient, hang on. In order to get 200 feet per nautical mile, hang on. Yes. We would have to be going 300 feet per minute on our VSI. Which, I believe, that's like, this is like the, and I haven't looked at this in a while either, so I could be absolutely wrong. I was remembering that 200 feet per nautical mile, oh, that's what it was. Hang on. I have another lesson planned for this. I think it's this one. So regulations and publications related to IFR operation, I think. Let me wander through. Pre-flight departures en route. Instrument departures. Okay. Oh, okay, hang on. Well, kind of. So for my SIDS, my standard instrument departures and terminal arrivals, these provide clearance only if the aircraft, number 1, clears the end of the runway at least 35 feet AGL. Number 2, climbs to 400 feet above airport elevation before turning. So I assume that's where the 400 feet comes from, and or it comes from other sources. So like in IFR flying, you climb to 400 before turning in general. And then number 3, climbs at least 200 feet per nautical mile. Boom, 200 feet per nautical mile, unless a higher gradient is specified. So this, and this is the thing. So this is the 200 feet per nautical mile. If we're doing that, hang on. Hang on. Yes, okay. So typically, if there's nothing else said, we could do 200 feet per nautical mile. And if we were Part 91, we could do 00 takeoff. But this is saying we need 300 foot ceilings and 1.5 miles visibility. Or if we want to just have the standard climb, or sorry, if we're going to do standard minimums, so the 00, we need to be climbing at 420 feet per nautical mile up to 3,700 feet. Does that make sense? I haven't tried to explain this part yet because I'm probably still trying to work it out in my brain as well. All right, you just finished your render. Yay! So you're going to crash. You'll upload some materials and clarify stuff tomorrow on the server. Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Yay, I'm happy that it's going well. I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, good night. Say hi to Kitty. And yeah, have a good, today's Monday. Have a good week and weekend and all the good things. See you at some point again. Good night. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, laughs. So yeah, so it is. It's, you either need higher visibility, you need at least this visibility, not the 00, or you need, if you're doing the 00, you need a higher rate of climb. There, does that make more sense? Because I'm assuming, let me look, we probably have some sort of, and it does, it says to 3,700. So we do, we have some nearby, where does that say? Hang on. So that's runway 4. So we're taking off runway 4. So we do have, yeah, this sort of thing here. This, blah, 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 blah. These obstacles over here. And that's probably something, that is like sort of the, how they, Words are hard tonight. How they had to develop the procedures and stuff and map the stuff out and did the stuff that, like, it's within a certain space. So they had to put those, yeah. No, that makes sense. 3,700 is around AGL-ish. Hang on. Oh, okay. And that, okay. Well, and I think I had that question before. Yeah, I didn't think about that. So that's 3,700. It's funny. I forgot to look at the elevation. But I mean, I guess it's the same sort of a thing where you got the obstacles there. But yeah, it's going to be about that 200 to 400 feet up. So where's the thing again? So if you're, yeah, to get up 420 feet per nautical mile forward, that makes sense. Cool. Okay, there we go. You were AFK for a moment. What was the 3,700 question? We were looking at the 3,700 and figuring out why it was the 3,700. And then he pointed out the elevation. I was just looking at the obstacles. Yeah, this is a little bit higher than I usually fly out of. So I was thinking 3,700 is going to be a lot more AGL, but it's not. However, yeah, so figuring that the 3,700 is about this much from the elevation. So if we have to do a climb of 420 feet per nautical mile, we have to be at least 400 feet up by a mile out, right? West Texas is 3,000-ish feet. Yes, it does appear to be. I forgot about that. Oh no, silly. But yes, that sounds good. Did that. Takeoff minimums back to Lubbock. 4 hour. Oh no, why did I agree to this? Localizer back course. Runway 35 left, Lubbock Preston. It is correct. It is up to date. Frequency. Approach course is 354. Should be right on with it. Runway length, 11,500. Excellent. 3254 for a touchdown zone elevation. No notes. Kagan, you could have died. You could have been seen. Sorry. I'm probably going to, that's probably going to be the joke every time there are no notes. Frequencies. Localizer, VOR. Fryer is our back course marker. Our back course marker showing up on our inner marker thingy. What's the thingy? The thingy. So yeah, so the front course is for 17, I assume. So you, yeah, not log that in, whatever in there. And then you go like this. And then you do the thing. Oh, if we're coming from here, we do 4,800, no procedure turn. Yeah, so we got to make sure we're back course. And then if we do the back course, then we just follow it. Not like the pull the needle thing. We do the thing here. Boop-a-dee boop, come back in. Should be fine. There's just a lot of ink on this page. 5,200 once again. From the initial approach fix, which is our back course marker. We'll be turning right, do our procedure turn there. And then staying at 5,200 until Fritz, which is 11.9 DME from the localizer. There it is, localizer, 11.9. Then we can get it down to 4,800, not too much of a drop, which is at the back course marker. Then at that point, we can get to 3820. And it's just localizer back course, so there will be no glide slope. If we have NZ, NZ's 1.6, then we can get down to, so 3820 to NZ, and then we can get down to 3560 if we have NZ. Okay. Okay. 90 knots, 248. We'll be looking for the long runway with the VASI. Missed approach, climb 4,000, right climb 5,200 on a heading of 170. So, basically 180 turn. To Lubbock, radial 114, hydro. Radial 114, hydro. So, good thing we'll have a GPS. Because at that point, we would need to be looking for Plainview and Lubbock's VOR. Oh, God. Terps looks for obstacles in 152 feet per nautical mile. Okay, okay. Aircraft must plan to make 200 feet per nautical mile. Engine out. Are you talking about multi-engine? So, and again, so the 152 is, that's because of this. And then, because that just blew my mind. And yes, I need to get back into my multi stuff as well. Speaking of, I have a slight story about that. Nothing like done yet, but planning. The 152 and 200 is takeoff obstacles and not arrivals. Right, yes. And yes, multi-engine. Because that sounds familiar. Like, again, it's been a bit. I haven't actually done multi-engine stuff since check ride in January. So, yeah. But that makes a lot of sense. 11.92 meters, yes. You can go lower with NZ, yes. And remember reverse sensing. But again, if your stuff is capable, if you click back course, or yeah, if you click back course, you should be able to follow it as necessary, right? IRL these days, you fly off of the LNAV and VNAV path on these. Okay, you tune in the back course to monitor, but let the autopilot fly it to mins. Right. And on one hand, I'm like, but that wouldn't be any fun for us in the sim, right? But now I'm like, oh God, we probably should, shouldn't we? I misunderstood the discussion. No worries. Like, it does. It gives more context to this stuff. Because again, like I said, the 200 feet per nautical mile sounds familiar from my multi stuff. I just don't fully remember it at the moment. Because I haven't been using it. I'm getting rusty. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, so we did that. And shall we get in the plane? Going here and here and here. Perfect. As usual. Not as usual, I should say. That is your understanding, but none of your training aircraft are capable of backcourse. Okay, fair. And now I'm like, well, I'm not sure how the G1000 is going to handle it. I feel like it's going to be like, yeah, we'll take care of this. You got it. Most don't even have GPS. But again, you know what? That's good, because training on that basic stuff and getting all of that understanding and skill from that to begin with is a lot better than just jumping into the stuff that just does everything for you. So that is good. So before LNAV and VNAV, you used to fly these by setting the front course in the localizer window. You would use heading select on the autopilot to maintain the course, right? You would dive and drive down to the MDA and then level off at the MINS and drive into the missed approach point. Got you. Last time you flew this way was back in 2009. Sounds like you're gonna have to do it again. Haha, double dog dare you. Does that work? Yeah, am I allowed to do that? All right, getting the flight sim up. We'll see what, it's been a bit, but I'm not sure how much story time I actually have. Yeah, we'll see. Hang on. So it was the 13th, I think. So, all right. What did I do here? Okay. What did we do? So had a lesson with pre-check ride private student, and we worked on pattern work, soft and short field takeoffs and landings, crosswind takeoffs and landings, because we haven't done those in a oh no, I'm sorry. Well, I guess we'll have a little more time for story time, and hopefully this, oh gosh, I'm sorry if it starts getting all blah, 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 which is a very technical term, of course. But yes, sorry, I forgot to check if there was an update. Sorry. So yes, story time. So yes, pre-check ride, private student, work airport, pattern work, soft and short field takeoffs and landings, crosswind takeoffs and landings. We wanted to do those to get him more comfortable with more conditions, as well as those takeoffs and landings to practice by himself, because we are at that point where he needs to just get comfortable with stuff, do stuff by himself, and yeah, just basically prepping for that check ride. And then after that, yeah, I'll go with us here for a second. You do this occasionally in X-Plane in the Baron 58. Nice! MSFS is not a very good instrument trainer. X-Plane is much better. Okay, interesting. RMI DME arcs are fun too, as well as RMI only fix-to-fix navigation. They were talking about, was that you also talking about that? I do want to, I don't know how, like find, can I say find planes like in real life to actually do like the old school stuff, because the ones that I have access to, they all have like the GPSs now and don't have like the ADF or things like that. So yeah, we have a Piper, well, not we, the couple of owners, the owner of the 150 and the Constance B172 that I fly, they got together and got a Piper that is very old school dash and cockpit, and I think has some good stuff in there, which I'm looking forward to trying out at some point. I have not been able to, and it would also be good for me to get a little bit more low wing time. I did realize I did my multi-engine training in a low wing. I was just gonna say, are there high wing multi-engines? But yeah, so it's like, I keep thinking, oh my gosh, I don't have any time, like so much time in a low wing, but like I kind of do. I don't know. I feel like I just need more time to, yeah, anyway. But yeah, definitely getting back to that like old school stuff and trying to do that old school stuff. But that type of slant alpha flying is a lost art. Not lost, maybe dwindling, but as long as we keep it up, right? Fly Somewhere Learjet 35 is a nice MSFS aircraft, works well for Slant Alpha and also decent for Magenta Line too. You can do either or both. I'm gonna write that down. There was a potential opportunity for me to get into a Learjet. I don't know if it's the same one. I don't know how similar the different ones are, but yeah, that would probably be a good something for me to look into. Fly Somewhere Learjet 35. I need to organize this stuff. Oh no. Only 2 of the planes at your 141 have GPS. Good. Some don't even have DME. It is very manual. That's good. That's going to be a really good experience for you. You love the 35 Alpha? Do you say 35 Alpha for that? Nice. Excellent. Okay. At some point I'll have to look into it. That sounds fun. And it seems like it would be a good, just generally to get used to that sort of plane as well. Oh, you forget, we're on MSFS 2020. We are on MSFS 2020. I have not gotten 2024 yet, especially because I have heard that it can be a little bit difficult and headachy for some people, and I can't deal with it right now. Like I said, like last week I completely missed, and just stuff. So yeah. You flew the Lear 35 IRL in Europe 20 years ago. Your favorite IRL aircraft and Fly Somewhere has modeled it nicely. That's excellent. Getting that stamp of approval from IRL flyer of it. That is so cool. Okay, switching. Yay, sounds good. Well, yes, you have time, clearly. You have 75%, well, I guess 25% time. Okay, so let me get the wee drinky. And then, so the thing that happened next, it was that day with a private, pre-check ride private student. For instructor texted me and said that there was a hiring push at somewhere where I had been looking to go and trying to get hours for back in the fall. But then they weren't hiring anymore, so I was like, oh, okay, I'll just keep at my stuff. And now they're hiring again, I guess. So it was like, okay, so I guess I might as well, because I am even further along on the, or farther above the requirements than I was at when I was going to apply the first time. So yeah, might as well. So that is what took up a lot of my week last week, was applying for a job. Cause yeah, it was my first time applying for a piloting job, and I had to figure out all that stuff and do all that stuff and cobble together all this stuff that I hadn't thought about in forever, and I didn't have documentation on, and I had to find documentation for it, and it was like yeah, anyway, I complained slightly to friend instructor about it, because I was asking him questions and stuff, just because I don't know, and he's like, I have like very minimal sympathy for you, for good reason, but also it's just like, well, come on. But yeah, so it was just not something that I had been. Again, not complaining about this part necessarily, but it was something that I hadn't been planning on having to deal with last week. So yeah, it just kind of took up that time that I thought I otherwise would have had. But yeah, so I got that done and out, and we'll see what happens. And it was funny because I just today went and like Googled some stuff, and I found some stuff where it was like, oh yeah, it's actually people who are at like 1,200 and 1,500 are getting like, try back next time. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of disheartening. I was like kind of excited, but then now I'm like, I probably shouldn't have gotten. And this is why I don't get my hopes up, because of that. But I don't know. We'll see. It was one of the things is like, you know, it would also be good for me to get practice in being rejected. So yeah, we'll see what happens. So you dream to be able to fly it in real life. That's so cool. Yay. You had a love-hate relationship with it. Your feet froze as there was no underfloor heating. Your upper body baked as that wraparound window. Oh gosh, hang on. Wraparound window is as a big magnifying glass. Your back hurt as you could not adjust the seat, only the rudder pedals. Your back hurt after flying it until you stole a pillow out of your daughter's crib when she was really small and used it for lumbar support. However, the plane was a rocket, so worth it. That's so cool. I mean, not all of the stuff, but okay. Disclaimer, your daughter had a bunch of crib pillows, so neither she nor your wife noticed one was missing. Good thing to put that in there. What's the... plausible deniability sort of thing? Is that what I'm thinking of? Get my monitoring thing back up. Yeah, I guess that's something that I haven't really done a whole lot with KLBB, right? Is that, I guess, well, with the trainer planes, I guess you don't have as much of a choice. We didn't look at the weather, hang on. But like adjusting stuff to make yourself more comfortable. I mean, you do what you can, right? 230 at 7 knots. What am I doing? There. So 230, so we'd probably be taking off 17. So maybe we'll go here. Oh, that's annoying. So if I went here, then we could get to everywhere. Let's go. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, well, I guess where's the FBO? We might as well go from the FBO. That's not what I wanted. Oh, gosh darn it. Sorry, coming back up. Fair, you're sure there are drawbacks. The cockpit seems to be quite small, but you just find a cool factor to it, and that's what's important. Thanks for the stream. Have a great day, everyone. You have to go to work later today and fly a 737 in real life. That's so freaking cool. Well, have wonderful, safe flights. Thanks for being here and sharing your wisdom and knowledge and stuff. Putting up with me and my shenanigans. Good night. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all the good things. KLBB is destination or departure. Both. We're starting at LBB and then we're going to PBW, and then we're coming back to LBB. Just do 35. Okay, 3-5 I should say. Do 3-5. No. There. Right there. Is that good? Should I go there? Okay. I make things so complicated. By the way, we're East USA. I remembered to check. All right. So yeah, and there were some certain things I was gonna like bring up. What was I gonna bring up? So yeah, so the couple things was like it asks, did you have any check ride disapprovals? And I had to say, yes, I did. And then I had to explain it. And Friends Director said he thinks I did a good job. And I think he did. He noticed that I was all like upset about it. And he's like, did I ever tell you about my that part of it for him when he was interviewing? And I was like, yes, you did. You show off, because he has not busted a check ride. And he said, yeah, it's actually having that problem is a problem, or like having that experience is a problem interview wise, because they like almost don't believe you, and it doesn't give you something to talk about in the interview process. So he's like, I promise it's gonna be fine. And I was like, okay, that makes me feel better. And then the other part was there was a section that said, is there anything else you think that we should know about? And I was just like, okay, so is it okay to just leave that blank? I don't know what else I'm supposed to put. And he's just like, well, you could kind of put anything. Maybe put how you got into aviation. And I was like, okay, I'll do that because I love that story. And yeah, got me back into that stuff and reminded me why I'm in it and everything. And yeah, it was good. It was nice going over that again, and yeah, putting that in there, and I don't know, maybe it will have an effect, or not. So yeah, that is okay. Do an intersection departure at Foxtrot. Okay, I'll try and see where it is on the thing. Oh gosh, my Boston voice. You want to do pre-flight my Boston voice? Should I do that? All right, let me try and figure out. I'll just start doing it right now, but I gotta figure out a timer. And again, for those of you who don't know, I do very terrible accents because I am a theater person. And so, apology, this is what I consider to be kind of a Boston accent. Not really. It is, but it's not. So, maybe I should get my head turned around. Let's see. That would be a good start. Hang on. First, we have to go like this. We have to go to our control. No, not the control options. That's not what we want to do. With general options, go to the windowed. Full screen. Okay, that's good. All right, keep changes, apply, save. Go back. Now I got to get my head turned around. Where is it? Get my head turned around with my track IR, censoring it. Perfect. That way. Oh, shoot. What have I done? And I have gone completely off of every frickin' accent because I frickin' got rid of my track I frickin' R, and now I'm gonna have to go out of the frickin' sim because it doesn't do anything. And then it doesn't attach to the sim. Okay. For the love of God, are you kidding me? I owe you a little more Boston, or terrible Boston. Frickin' God, dang it. Somebody told me how to do this. Somebody told me how to fix this. Somebody help me. Does anybody in here also know how to fix this? Hang on. It is definitely not. I know. I do. I owe you a little bit more. Somebody told me somewhere. Let me find it so I don't have to go out and go back in. I'm so sorry. I frickin' exited out of track IR. I can't. Okay. So, go like there. Where is mouse.exe? I don't know. For the love of God. Okay, you know what? I don't know how to do this, so I'm sorry. I don't like, I think it's partially my like cleanup brain was just like, ooh, exit. And of course I decided, yeah, that would be a good freaking idea. What should I hang on to? You said hang on. Hang on to everything. Hang on to your sanity because I certainly don't have mine. Words I can't say because I'm a lady. All right. I'll give you 30 more seconds of Boston accent since I completely like started speaking in tongues when I did that. Okay. So, continuing, we talked about potential, what is it called? Job opportunity. Now we're going into, where's my logbook? We're going into next, there. Oh, and then I had just a long IFR flight. What did I do? So I was going to go, at some point I need to, as we talked about earlier, that was bad. I need to go practice the VOA and the ILS in the constant speed 172. And there's your extra 30 seconds. Say wicked hard. Wicked hard. Did I do it right? So yes, apologies for my terrible Boston accent and my terrible other accents. and any other terrible voices and such that I do. But yeah, so I went and did an IFR flight. I was semi-planning to, I was gonna go get some cross-country time, and then I was going to just practice the VOR ILS with the avionics in the Constance B-172. But then I wanted to go get some cloud chasing time in. So when I got to Work Airport, I was like, okay, looking around, it wasn't that great. It was like, So I was like, okay, that sort of direction looks like it has the best potentiality. So I was like, okay, we're gonna go that direction as well. I went and I flew and I did the thing. And I got ahead of myself, hang on. So yeah, so when I got to Work Airport, you'll give me an A forever? Well, thank you, I appreciate it. That's about all, I'll take it. Oh no. I assume that I apologize. I believe that the stream is adjusting itself. So apologies. I hope we're back. It seems we're back somewhat. All right. So then so I got to Work Airport when I was gonna go do that, and the owner of the Constance B-172 was there. He had to do some check-in on the Baron, that he has, and we chatted about some stuff, and I helped a little bit. He was complaining about some things, and I was able to, kind of, not too much, but kind of helpish a little bit. So yeah, and then I went and I got my clearance, and they had me go like a full 90 plus degrees in the opposite direction of where I wanted to go for a little while. So like I took off and I was going like that direction. I was just like, okay. And I'm like, I'm still climbing. And then at one point, I think I got handed off. And then they're like, I assume you want to go direct wherever at this point? And I was like, yes, please. And they're like, all right, so go direct now. And I was like, okay, thanks. So yeah. And then, all right, so let's not, oops, what am I doing? That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, let's not minimize track IR this time. Ridiculous. Okay, so I'm exiting out of this one. Not anything else. Going there. Yeah, so then I did. So then I flew, and I tried to get another block altitude. I think this is what happened. I tried to get another, no. I didn't even get a chance to try to get a block altitude. And it was a little bit high. I wasn't sure about those, the clouds that were there. They seemed a little puffier than I would have liked. Like I kind of assumed that they were probably like a little bumpy. So I texted front structure and I was like, so hey, how do you tell when to not go into a cloud without actually going into it? And he's like, you just kind of figure it out at some point. And I was like, oh great, excellent. So, but yeah, looking at like the color and the buildup and stuff like that, precipitation, freezing level, whatever, all of that stuff, thinking about. So I was like, okay, so it's just gonna be somewhat trial and error. But then yeah. And so like I did, I just ended up doing that approach mostly. And then I just canceled, I canceled IFR so I wouldn't have to like kind of finish it. Cause the approach that I had to do was the complete opposite of what I had to land on. And I didn't want to do the circling approach with ATC. So I was like, I mean, I'm VFR, so I'm going to just, do the circle land. So canceled. And then there was somebody else taking off from that way to do pattern work. So I was like, well, yeah, so I'm going to go this way instead. And we coordinated and did the thing and it was fine. And so I did. I did there, sat there, and then I was going to go get my clearance again, and I had some issues with the clearance, and I thought that I got disconnected from them, so I was put on like this like standby or whatever. So like they told me standby, and I was hanging out and everything, and then I like, it seemed like it was a long time. And so I tried to call him back and I didn't get an answer. So then I tried calling him again. And then I was like, oh, I think I got disconnected. And they're like, yeah, because you were on hold or whatever. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. And then for some reason I got like, I did my whole read back. And then afterwards they're like, hey, are you still there? And I was like, can you, wow. So then I had to try the whole read back again, and I was like, oh my God. So like, I am just an embarrassment right now, and I feel so awful. And then like, they said like, okay, talk to you soon. And I was like, okay, yeah, bye. And then like, we clicked off, and then I was like, well, oh God, did they actually release me though? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure and everything. So yeah, and then so I took off, and then I contacted them, and nothing happened, so it was okay. So then I did. I got into like a little bit of rain. It was just like because like I was flying up, and there was like whoosh, sort of stuff coming down, and then I was like, that kind of looks like rain. And then all of a sudden it was pitter patter on the plane, and I was like, ooh, that's cool. And then I continued and got into a little bit of like, yeah, just like some IMC-ishness, not too much, or yeah. And then yeah, again, canceled IFR before like fully doing the actual approach. And yeah, and I thought that there was something else that day. Hang on, let me look. That, oh, and I forgot about that. Sorry. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So we'll do pre-flight, and then I'll continue stuff. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's it. Because oh, that was why. So after that, I was supposed to have a lesson. I was supposed to have a lesson with post solo private student, and apparently we didn't confirm over text that we were gonna, like, we talked about it at our last lesson that we were gonna have a lesson that day, and yeah, so we didn't confirm over text, so he assumed we didn't have one. So texted him, was like, hello, and he's like, oh no, I'm sorry, and I was like, okay, cool. So I went home. So yeah, pre-flight. So yeah, so that was like a lesson in confirming over text and not just assuming in words. Yeah, sounds like a good day of flying to you. It was. There were, again, it was, that's one of the things is like, there's good days of flying when it's like, it's just a good day and it's fun and it's, yeah, great, and you have a good time and everything. And then there's good days of flying where it's like, I learned stuff. I had experiences. Yeah, technically still a good day of flying. However, not necessarily the most fun. But again, like it is still fun. You're still freaking flying. But at the same time, it's like, oh, I was this annoying pilot who, for some reason, stuff was not working. And yeah, I don't know. But yeah, you learn. Each time, you learn. So, fuel. Fuel is there. We will do the thing for it. Flaps go down. Where's that's not what I wanted. We might as well do the fuel right now. So that's not what I wanted to do. This one. So do you guys fuel up before you go, or do you fuel up after you fly, or what? I've had both experiences. Check the things. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Leave the beacon on. Pitot tube. Grasp the pitot tube. Feel that heat. Turn it off. There. All right. IFR check. So, starting over here. Before you go 100%. Okay, sounds good. That makes sense. So, and I guess I should ask, what types of planes do you fly? You do before as well. Hard to find a station mid. Okay, okay. Okay, so at my home airport, that's what we did, is we just went, we would fill up as necessary, we'd go fly around, and then we put the plane back. And then the next person would fill up as necessary, go fly around, put the plane back. You wouldn't necessarily need to fill up, but, because it was a wet rental. Yeah, that. So for work airport, they're dry rentals. So the ones, Constant Speed 172, we fill all the way up after we fly. So it's full for the next person. The 150, I assume for weight purposes, we only fill up halvesies. So if you want to put more in, you go ahead and you put more in. So yes, but you know what I mean. Okay, so IFR, static port, you want your instruments to work, so make sure that static port, pitot tube, and drain hole are all clear. Vents, stall horn, fuel vent, leading edge of the wing, wiggle wiggle for our wing. Hang on, pause. Electronics we did, now we do our liquids, sorry. So we drain a little bit of fuel from, hello, look at them boots. Sorry. Drain a little bit of fuel from that wing, a little bit of fuel from that wing, checking for our color, sediment, water. And if there's a belly drain, do that, whether it's there, or in there. And then visually check our fuel level. I think we did that, right? Visually check. Then we check our oil, make sure that's where it needs to be as well. That is the quantity and quality of both of our liquids. Continuing. So our wing, wiggle wiggle, make sure it's attached to the fuselage. Aileron, make sure that the control is going the correct direction, as well as 4 bolts, wiggle the rod, 4 bolts. Connection, wiggle the rod, connection, tire, baggage door, antennas. We want to make sure we have our navigation and communication equipment. So any antennas, make sure our caps are closed on our fuel that we checked. Elevator, make sure it goes up and down correctly, as well as check out those connections. Rudder, make sure it has like just a tiny bit of movement, not that much. And then check those connections and wiggle it up and down, make sure it's connected to the vertical stabilizer. Same thing on the elevator, or on the opposite side of the elevator, as well as check the trim tab. And then you can check all the other antennas as well again, and the fuel caps. And then chicken can do the other side. Oh, good job, chicken. Check the oil again, or at least make sure everything is closed nice and tight. Leading and trailing edge of the propellers. Propeller alternator belts, if there is one. Exhaust ports, make sure there's little to no movement. Air intake is clear. 4 fingers or a fist for our nose wheel clearance. Shimmy damper, little to no movement. Tire looks good. And then we back up. Does it look like a plane? Looks like a plane. Excellent. Then we double check our checklist. And then right before we get in the plane, we do our final walk around, checking for any ties, chocks, tow bars, control lock, fuel caps again, having left anything on any of the surfaces. Looks good. All right, in we go. All right. You liked, oh, thank you. Hello. How's it going? Appreciate you. Infinite butter. So like, is that an aviation reference, or is it like butter reference? Or is it both? Either way, yes to infinite butter. You fly mostly PA-28s, nice, a few 140s and 2 180s, one 172 and one 150, nice. There is a series you can rent but never have due to price, right, but we'll have to get the TAA time for CPL. Excellent. That's really good that you have all of those options and all of that different, opportunity for that time, low wing, high wing, different setups and stuff like that. Cause like I can jump in a Cessna and be fine. For the most part, like I know how all that stuff works and everything. But like I get nervous about like the low wing stuff because I don't have a whole lot of time in it. So yeah. And then for the TAA, are you only gonna do TAA or are you gonna do some complex too? Festive headsets, absolutely. I think if we can see with matching pants. So yes, run up, yes. Well, first we do start up. So in we go. Fuel is on, trim for takeoff. Circuit breakers, buddle-uddle-uddle, visually and physically checks them. And then we can do our passenger briefing. Sterile cockpit, no talking during takeoff and landing. Seatbelts on at all times. Exit out the doors to left and right. For now, make sure they're shut and locked. If we lose power on the rollout, we will stop on the runway because there's enough of it. If we lose power after takeoff and below 1,000 feet, we'll land straight ahead, probably still on the runway. If it's above 1,000 feet, we'll consider making a turn back toward the runway. There's also some crossing runways. A crossing runway, I think. So, but yeah, anyway. We're a 150. We're probably just gonna land. Yep. Seat track, back and lock, chicken. Oh, that's why. Okay, sorry. I was doing that. Nope, don't want that. There we go. I am in this seat. Mixture full rich, throttle is slight, brakes are set, beacon is on, clear left, clear right, clear ahead, clear back. Avionics are off, autopilot, car heat off, beacon goes on, prime it. Throttle is cracked, master goes on. Sorry. Thought there was another one there. Avionics. Don't need those. Nav light can go on. Mixture is going to come out a little bit. Flaps are going to go up. Does the flow. Good. Enter button. All right, so now we're going to go over here and we're going to set our stuff. Keep wings level. I will try. All right, there. Only TA. The school does not have any high performance, but you would love to have the opportunity. Okay. You can do complex without high performance, can't you? So now I'm. Are we because as far as I'm aware. Because yeah, I got my high performance endorsement in the complex that I flew, but I think it was just because it was a complex that had high performance, but it could have been a complex that didn't have the high performance and I wouldn't have gotten it, but all you need is the complex. You misheard my question. Okay, sounds good. Yes. So yes. Sorry. Could have been my babbling. But yes, because I did. I got a little bit of TAA time as well. But it was I mostly did complex aircraft for the commercial stuff. Okay, Lubbock. The 29th at 0453 Zulu. It is already the 29th, seriously. 130 at 5 knots. Taking off at 3.5. We got enough runway. 10 statute miles, few at 8,000, scatter 12,000, broken 18,000. 21 degrees Celsius, 3 for our dew point, altimeter 299.1. Remarks AO2 differentiates precipitation. Sea level pressure is 1008.1. Frequent lightning, ice, and ceiling? Distant. Oh, no. Lightning, in cloud, and cloud to ground. Nailed it, I think. Distant south-southwest, cumulonimbus, distant south-southwest, moving northeast. Well, I hope we don't get caught in that. Oh, no. Okay. All right, I guess we'll see what happens. Well, south-southwest, moving northeast. Oh, no. We didn't look at the radar, did we? Oh god. This is cool. Okay, like to subscribe to you. Oh good, thank you. Appreciate it very much. Yes, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hi! You're just here not learning again, as you should be, not learning. Hope things have been going well. Good. Yes, they've been busy. And wellish, I guess. Hope things have been well for you too. It is. It's good to see you. There is no complex at your school as far as you know, unless the Cirrus is complex. I don't think so. Well, okay. Pop quiz. What makes an aircraft complex? But you do not think so. It is TAA. Okay. So yeah, what does an aircraft need in order to be considered complex? Dun dun dun. Not that you need to know it yet, because you're not that far, but it's something to be aware of. 2991. Sorry, that's unnecessary. Barometer. Barometer is down here. Oh god. Oh shoot. Okay. So nav. We would tune in our nav frequencies. We would tune in our heading, which is going to be 355 for now. Because we're taking out 355, right? Or 355 left. Oh, sorry. Silly. Flight director. We're going to do heading mode. Not nav mode yet. Not approach mode. Vertical speed. Flight change mode. And we use this thing. That's what we do. Variable pitch, retractable landing gear, and what? One more. What makes an aircraft complex? Oh, 100% the pilot. That is absolutely correct as well. So there's 3 things that are required for an aircraft to be complex. It is the variable pitch propeller, retractable landing gear, and you do not even know there's a T-storm out here. It is south though. And moving up, cowl flaps. No, you're half-ish right. Which half? Flight director, altitude hold mode. Altitude. So we should put our altitude in there as well. We're going up to 50. Should we just go up to 5,200? Might as well. Because that is what we need to be at for our approach. 5,200. Altitude select. Oh, shoot. God dang it. Okay, so that's the same sort of a thing. Flight level. God damn it. Sorry. There we go. Oops, sorry. Okay. Heading. We have all of this. Heading, flight level change, altitude select, 5,200. We're at 3,260. Course, our CDI. So we could just right away put it. Oh, I have to put this thingy on. Retractable flaps, yay! FADEC. Oh gosh, what is the FADEC again? The FADEC is the something engine something, right? So clearly, but yes, the flaps. So it needs all those 3 things to be complex. Yay! There you go. So, and that's the thing. So the constant speed 172 I fly, so it's a 172 with a constant speed propeller, and it's got the retractable flaps. So if somehow it were to get retractable landing gear, then it would be complex. But because it only has a 2 out of 3, it is not. Yeah. What was I doing? I was doing that. Course. That's what I was doing. You're still going with the pilot? I mean, that's also very fair. It definitely is. That's the real answer. There's the textbook answer, and then there's the real answer. Start flight tracking. And down we go. Way down we go. Oh, 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 oh. Oh no. Where am I? There I am. What am I? Sorry. Unnecessary. Okay. So there we go. What was I doing? I was checking something. It was very important. Course. So our course for the VOR, so our procedure approach is going to be the RNAV, or sorry, the VOR 4. Our course is going to be 024. So let's see if this works. Course. Okay, so let's switch to CDI. 2, 4. Well, actually, hang on. We're gonna leave it over here and just see what it does. I'm pretty sure the VOR does not change. So like we will have to set the course, even though we put in the flight plan, which I guess we might as well do next. So we're starting KLBB. Do 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 do. Unnecessary, but it's late. He clearly. None. En route. Destination, we're going to KPVW. All right, so GPS is in. Did I do anything? Nope. All right, so that's good. En route, we're gonna leave for now. Or, see, no, we're gonna leave it like there, and then we'll put the approach in once we get in the air, because I don't wanna have to deal with it doing the thing. Okay, because it likes to switch it on me. All right, so we have all that set. We're good to go. We are going to, where are we? We're gonna look behind us. Is there anything? Oops. I didn't see anything or anybody. Which direction are we facing? 1, 3, 4. We should turn a little bit, so let's wander slightly more that way so we can get turned around and do a proper run up. You would enter the PVD, that one, VOR on the ground. It is a short flight. So for the G1000s, once you put the flight plan in, or the procedure in, it sets the frequencies for you. At least in here. I assume it would do it in real life. That was 133. So now I gotta go this way, and then I gotta we're actually gonna turn a little bit more. You're never going to be taking an FAA quiz, so your answer is the correct one. Right, exactly. Turn right. Okay, yes, absolutely. Otherwise, I definitely would. Just make everything easier for myself. See, and that's one of the things where in a perfect world, where everything happened the way that it was supposed to, the way that you planned it, I would be like, and I try to do everything on the ground. However, I also know from my own experience, as well as listening to stories from my own instructors and such, oh, the wind was actually the other sort of direction. Wait, the flight school, is that the flight school right there? Nice. That's so cool. Well, hello. Perhaps you're in there doing ground school. Not learning from here, of course. That's right. Yay, that's cool. What direction I'm trying to point to? I'm trying to point into the wind, and I forgot that the wind is like to 230. So yeah, I was thinking it was more northerly, but it is not. It is more westerly, southwesterly. Wait. Oh, yeah, of course. No, and that makes sense. Because the wind is coming from the southwest. And so the thunderstorms that we didn't know were coming, because we didn't do a proper weather briefing, are coming northeast. So doesn't that make sense? The wind is blowing southwest, the things are going to move northeast. Look at that. I'm spending way too much time trying to freaking do this. We're just going to turn. It's 5 freaking knots. We're fine. Okay. So, trim for takeoff. Hang on. Fuel is on. Trim for takeoff. Flight controls are free. Free and correct. Free and correct. Free and correct. Rudder, rudder. Wiggle, wiggle. And then we do our scan. Instruments look good, look normal. Airspeed 0, altimeter's elevation. Heading is where it needs to be. Vertical speed indicator 0. Attitude indicator is level, centered, all that. Mixture full rich. Brakes are set. 1700. We don't have carb heat, so we don't need to check that. We will do a mag check, however. And back. And back. Green, 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 green. Positives. Out. She lives. Oh. Complex airplane flown in 172 with a very small switch for the flaps and a tiny gauge telling you where approximately the flaps are. So did you use like the whole count, like 2,003 or something like that, in order to not have to be like, okay, so it's like right there and blah. That's so funny. And I've had fairly consistent, like it is, for the most part, they're fairly consistent for like flap lever and whatever, like where it is and how it looks and everything. But then there are like all these other things, like the 150 has the flap gauge up here that the student, like if you're on the left seat, you can barely see it. And then my home airplane, if you leave the lever down, the flaps are going to keep going down. Whereas the 150, if you leave the lever up, it'll keep going up. So like those different quirky sorts of things is like you do. That's like one of the big things, even for VFR flying, is just knowing the aircraft that you're flying. Just because it's a 172 model this or the other thing, there's probably going to be some differences. So just know them. So yes, that's what you did. That's so funny. So like, what was it? Was it like a what sort of a gauge? Was it like a little dial gauge, or was it like yeah, I'm really curious about that. And like a little switch, was it like a little lever sort of a thing? I love that. Different planes with the different quirks. It is the lightish building in front of us. The silver building is the hangar. Okay, hang on, but oh, okay, so the light building over there, not the big brown one. Excellent. Oh, is the brown one the FBO and the school building is that one? And the silver building is the hangar. That one there. Yay! That's awesome. I love it. Do the intersection departure at Foxtrot. It is 8,000 remaining and a much shorter taxi. Oh, okay, sounds good. Let me look. Oh, perfect. Yeah, okay, sure. Will do. It's like a little dial, little lever. Okay, sounds good. That is, I'm just imagining it, and I can just imagine the, totally not curse words, that would be spouted for being so difficult. But I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's just one of those things you just get used to. Is that a friend, or is that a sim thing? I can never tell. Would you go, please? So we're doing the intersection departure at Foxtrot. However, I did just remember that this is a towered airport, so we should probably talk to somebody. So I guess we'll quick do craft clearance. Do we want to do craft clearance? Do we care? Or should I just do it like quickly? So we would call clearance. So we call them up. Hang on. So we check for flight. Info. Clearance delivery. We would tune up to our 125.8, it says. And we would say, Lubbock clearance, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 at the GA ramp with Foxtrot. We'll do a Foxtrot intersection with Weather Foxtrot. Ready to go. IFR, or looking for IFR to Papa Victor Whiskey. And then they would say, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 is cleared to Papa Victor Whiskey via direct, or as filed. Climb, maintain 5,200. Departure frequency, whatever it is. Squawk 2727. I have to make a correction thing for myself. Void if not off in 10 minutes. If not off, or yeah. Advise with intentions no later than 15 minutes after departure, and time now is... That was the other thing. Okay, time now is 0543 Zulu, I guess. That's what my little app or my little widget says now. So speaking of, so then I would read back Cessna Hotel, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 is cleared to Papa Victor Whiskey via direct, climb maintain 5,200, departure frequency is whatever it is, squawk 2727, void if not off in 10 minutes, advise with intentions no later than 15 minutes, time now 05, whatever I said, Zulu. Yeah, okay. So when I contacted, so on my last IFR flight, I flew to that airport, and then I was having all of the communication trouble, sort of. And the first thing that the controller asked was like, what was it? It was like, are you gonna be ready? Will you be ready at this Zulu? And my brain, like, I had never had that question. And I was like, I don't freaking know what Zulu time it is. I never even pay attention. I never pay attention when you guys give me Zulu times, except to the last 2 numbers. So I was like, I'll be ready to go whenever. So now I am trying to learn myself some Zulu time to like be able to really properly. I should know, but for some reason it doesn't click properly yet with me. So I did. I was just like, the whole thing was just a disaster. So I did. I felt really bad. Bad pilot. I mean, I'm sure they've had worse. So. The 172, you did most of your PPL and have the same thing, the little dial, the little lever, and if you leave it up or down, it will keep going. Yes. And that's one of those things too, where when I was doing the multi-training, if you put it down or put it up. So yeah, if you wanted them up, you could like leave them up, but my instructor was like, no, put it back in the middle so that it's where it needs to be, sort of a thing. And yeah, I believe I've gotten better at that, but I think sometimes also not. At LBB, you almost always contact ground for clearance at taxi. Oh, okay. Oh, and taxi. Oh, sounds good. So you don't use the separate clearance frequency? How do you know? Is that in the supplement or is just common knowledge around there? And you've never heard of void time at Lubbock? You thought that was only if I was taking off at an uncontrolled airport. And maybe it is, but that's what I practice on, so maybe I don't have as much... And now that you say that, I guess I need to go practice at some towered airports for IFR. I've done that. I should probably think of that. No, I'm pretty sure you're right. But I'm really used to the what am I saying? I'm really used to the untowered stuff because that's pretty much what I do. So that's my, yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing that up because I forgot about that. It is in the ATIS. So I assume I probably couldn't. See, that's what bugs me is because like, oh, you can get the weather. You can phone call in for the weather. But where is LBB? There it is. Oh, I think it's hopefully possibly gonna pass directly around us. So fingers crossed. Oh, we can get the ATIS. Okay, hang on.
Altimeter 2991, remarks frequent lightning in cloud to ground. Cumulative distance south-southwest moving northeast. Just weather information for Lubbock and surrounding areas available on flight surface frequencies. Visual approach and use on runway 17 right. Almost any approaches are being conducted to converging runways. Note on surround on left 35 right closed. All departures contact Lubbock Tower on 120.5 for clearance and taxi instructions. Advise initial contact to information Tango.
See, that's a tower, didn't it?
Lubbock International Airport information Tango 0453 Zulu automated weather. Wind 170 at 6. Weather better than 5005. Temperature 212.3. Altimeter 2991. Remarks frequent lightning in cloud to ground. Cumulative distance southwest moving northeast. Just weather information for Lubbock and surrounding areas available on flight surface frequencies. Visual approach and use on runway 17 right. Almost any approaches are being conducted to converging runways. Note on surround on left 35 right closed. All departures contact Lubbock Tower on 120.5 for clearance and taxi instructions. Advise initial contact to information Tango.
So now we have the actual weather. It is Tango, and that is why we check our weather, children. So that we know who we're actually supposed to call. Who are you gonna call? Lubbock Tower! But, okay. Going! So, and then, so we just contact Tower, and then they'd be like, probably, I assume they'd be like, okay, so you're ready to go? And be like, yes. And they'd be like, all right, taxi, to taxi 35, hang on, I have to find 35 left via Delta, hold short 35 left at Delta, and then I'd be like, well, actually, can we take a Foxtrot intersection departure? And then they'd be like, sure, taxi to 35 left via Foxtrot, and Foxtrot, hold short at 35 left on Foxtrot, something like that. Then I'd be like, yeah, taxi 35 left via Foxtrot, hold short 35 left at Foxtrot. Nice area. You have family in Lubbock. What is it with Lubbock tonight? Everybody, it is a Lubbock reunion here. That's awesome. I'm really glad. I'm really glad that we are doing this one. Taxi 35 left at Foxtrot, taxi via Foxtrot. 35 left at Foxtrot, taxi via Foxtrot is what they always give you. Okay, sounds good. That's what's been funny is because like the one towered airport nearby that we always use for like my students and just general practice and everything is like you get used to how the instructions go and everything. So I try to get my students used to hearing those things. And like my one student, hang on, let me make sure. So this is the movement. Nope, is this hold short? Are we right at the hold short line? That's the hold short line. Well, all right, we'll hold short at 35 left on Foxtrot. Okay. So yeah, so my one student, so like I'm trying to make it like and maybe I need to be, hello! Is it a friend? Sorry. I'm very excited. Or is it a friend? I don't know if it's a friend or not. Is it a friend? And then yeah, so like my my one student kind of like got that I was trying to like just do kind of the scenario based sort of a thing, and then my other student takes it a little too seriously, because like I'll give the taxi instructions for the towered airport at our uncontrolled airport, and then he's like, well, but we don't have that runway here, and I'm like, I know, I'm trying to do the towered airport. So yeah, I need to adjust that sort of like how my how I teach in that respect, because it is when you're going to that specific airport, you're gonna get those repetitive like instructions, and it's good to utilize that stuff. So yeah, that's what I kind of figured, and it's just kind of I have to be better about practicing it with them. Okay, so then we would say hello. Well, first we'll do our checks. So we're still green, boom, and boom. Flaps are up, and taxi light should have been on, but we're gonna ignore it. Landing light, we might as well put our strobes on. Pitot heat we don't need right now. Okay, clear left and clear right, and we'd say Lubbock Tower, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, ready to go at Foxtrot 35, or ready to go at 35 left, Foxtrot. And I would say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, cleared intersection departure at Foxtrot 35 left. Probably said that wrong. And then, yeah, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 is cleared for takeoff 35 left at Foxtrot. Intersection departure Cessna. Just kidding. Don't have to say that, because we are at a towered airport. You are not in Lubbock. You're in that place up north, maybe. You heard of it. Vancouver, BC, Canada. Oh, yes, absolutely. Oh, Canada. Is that how it goes? Oh, Canada. I think I went into the Genovia theme. I'm sorry. Yay! We love our Canadian people. How is it up there? All right, we're doing the thing. And we do not have any departure things that we need to worry about. Our altimeter sets itself. Let's watch our airspeed. Oh, there it goes. Took a little bit longer. Oh, that's why, probably. I forgot it's like 3,500 feet. 50 knots about-ish. Start that climb. We'll put our little yellow triangle in the pink. We're gonna climb to 400 feet. 500 feet, sorry. And we're gonna let, oh, and then we're gonna GPS it. God damn it. Thank you, G1000. So 400 feet, we can start our turn. Ah. And 500 feet, we can put the autopilot on. There. Very gradually coming back up. Good. Okay. Oy, oy, oy. It is wet up there. In a good way or a bad way. Sometimes it's a good for the greenery or snow is fun, and playing in rain puddles. Tailwind, maybe? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's only 5 knots. I never did an instrument check. I did an instrument check. Oh, are you talking about like the... I checked them stably. Yes, I know. And that's one of those things where I have kind of... I never got used to that during private, so I should. So I should work on that more myself. And I have been trying, however. It's just one of those things. And that's something that I'm just kind of realizing now, where I'm like, oh, so I've been kind of, with my students, it's on the checklist to check those things, a heading indicator, turn coordinator, and things like that during the taxi. And it's kind of like, okay, I don't want to bog them down with stuff, but at the same time, again, like me, I didn't start out doing that, so now it's harder for me to get into that. So maybe I should be making them do that, getting them used to that now, so that they just do it to begin with. So yeah, I know. Bad future double I and instrument pilot in general. When did I go affiliate? A little while ago at this point. But yes, there are little emotes if you wanted to look at them. I like them. They make me happy. And I have more. I think I made one with my cat's face, the upset face, and I just haven't gotten a chance to put it on there yet. Yeah, so I think that would be fun. Okay, 11 p.m. there. Hello, Texas, where no pork to be found, only beef. Good night from way up north. Catch you next time. Sounds good. Really happy to have you. Appreciate you being here. I apologize. I don't have a set schedule because I'm a flight instructor in real life. And so my life is basically 1 week to the next, 1 day to the next, 1 hour to the next. So, and last week I completely dropped the ball and didn't even let you guys know that I was missing last week. I'm sure you figured it out. But yeah, so typically I try to get the streams in Monday or Tuesday, and then if I can't get them in then, try for Thursday. But it depends on scheduling with my students, availability of the plane, as well as weather. So yeah, so that's my life right now. I apologize, and I appreciate you guys bearing with me for that. At some point I'll have a set schedule, a better schedule, and that'll be nice for all of us. So yes, anyway, thank you again for being here. Appreciate you so much. Good night. Have a great week and weekend, and until next time, all the good things. You're just giving me a hard time. That's okay. No, but I really should. It is something that you should do, because the 172, the constant speed 172, I should be putting all this in and start doing the stuff. So flight plan, or no, not flight plan, procedure. Select approach. Yeah, that. So the 172 I was flying, the turn coordinator went, well, okay, so it's got 2 GI 275s and then a third one, and then the manual, steam gauge, whatever, analog turn coordinator. And the analog turn coordinator, I noticed on my way back from one of my IFR flights, wasn't working. So there's a reason we do our checks, and that is one of those things I have to be better at myself, so that I remember to teach it. So call me out on these things kindly, if possible. What am I doing? Minimums, and minimums 3840. Oh, and that's right. So last time, when we were looking for the transponder code, oops, shoot. I noticed that there wasn't an 8 and 9 in the transponder numbers. And I was like, what? What? Is that on all of them? I knew this. I hadn't looked at it in a while. But yeah, they are. There's only 0 through 7. And I forgot. Because I don't use it that much. Because I don't talk to ATC that much. Because I was at least a big baby. I'm working on it though. And I still do. I'm just like, I do. I just have to do it more so I experience more of the stuff, and I should kind of bring the power this way. Because it is just the more you do it. What am I doing? The more you're gonna experience, the more you're gonna hear, the better it's gonna be overall. So we got that thing in, and they would be like, hey, let us know. And we'd be like, hey, we have the weather. We don't, but we're gonna say we do. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're gonna get our weather. Got our weather, 130 at 4 knots, 10 statute miles. Clear of clouds, 18 degrees Celsius, 10 degrees dew point, altimeter 2991, all the good things. So, whoever we're talking to, we have the weather at Plainview requesting VOR 4. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Oh, clear direct Plainview VOR. Give us 1 turn in the hold. And expect VOR 4. All right. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1's clear direct Plainview, 1 turn in the hold, expecting VOR 4. Okay. All right, so we're doing that. We're at 5200. Nav, heading. Okay, so now we're looking at our approach. Okay, so might as well. Procedure turn. Or give us a procedure turn. I don't know. Is that how you say it? So it's gonna have us do a procedure turn anyway? Question mark? Perfect. Well, there we go. Hey-o! And sorry, especially since it is fresh in your mind doing all the IR written stuff. No, exactly. And that is what. There's so much with instrument, a lot more with the double I, so don't let me scare you or anything. But so like it is. It's there's just so much more detail you have to go into, and except I mean, again, I probably don't as much. I'm probably going a little bit overboard as per usual. But yeah, I would rather do too much than too little. So having those things, having that brought up from somebody who's fresh in that, I appreciate it, and that helps me out. So good. Yay! Brown over blue, brown over blue. A Russian attitude indicator. No problem. Thank you. Yay. Cute little smiley face. Which approach? We're doing VOR 4. Yes, exactly. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we're going there. Let's do our stuff. Split view, split view. Shoot, come on. So, our pre-10 nautical miles. Oh, that's what we were doing. Shoot. Build it, bug it, brief it. So our heading, we're gonna click there. Our altitude, 5200 is good. However, we want to, it's not gonna do anything, but we're gonna get down to our 3840. We're gonna put that in our altitude. Build it, bug it, brief it. We built it. We bugged it, 3900 actually. We'll click VNav just cause why not? So I could put, hang on. So it does not allow me to put the, no, oops, okay. No. Flight plan. There we go. Okay. So it doesn't allow me to do a vertical path for anything. So we're coming up on our procedure turn here. It's gonna throw us in the hold, which is cool, which is good. So I guess we could have, should have. We'll see what it does. What's it gonna tell us to do? See, okay. Definitely should have cut that off a little bit more. See how far off we are on the wrong side of our hole? Or the wrong side of our path? So yeah, we'll see what it does. And then we'll maybe go over afterward. What on earth are you doing? Do not tell me you are just doing a friggin' circle. What? We're gonna have to talk about this one. Sorry, you know what? I need to go like this. Oh! Ah! You know what? I also don't have that frick. Sorry. I have no idea what's happening. I'm glad the autopilot's got this. Where is Flight Sim? There it is. Why do I have so much stuff? Sorry. And then we gotta go like, web. Oh, that's what it's doing. Okay, yeah, whatever. I think, I hope. Sorry, this is probably really charming. There, kind of. We'll just scroll out just a smidgen. Okay. Okay, so we are in the hold. Coming to the procedure turn. Build it, bug it, brief it. So the CDI, that's one of the things. So CDI is still on 339. We want our course to be 024. So we are going to switch our course. Other way. There. So our GPS is still going. Are you what the freaking kidding me? Sorry. For some reason it went on to... Oh, that's why. Okay, sorry. We're gonna throw on approach mode too. Since we're coming into our thing. Next direct track. What are you doing? Okay, sorry. Descent checklist. Carb heat. Fuel is on. Undercarriage is fixed. Mixture is filled rich. Best power. Power propeller pump. Safety seatbelt security. Jeez. Bringing our power down a little bit. We can be at 100 miles per hour. CTAP and towers in standby. Plain view, correct? Plain view traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. 5 mile final. VOR 4. Plain view. Airplane's clean. Magenta HSI for the procedure turn. Established on final course. Switch to green needles. Let's see how this works. Not roll mode. There we go. VOR. Course is 24. Heading is set again. Heading. Altitude. So we can start going down, right? Let me look. So autopilot off. final approach course, so bring it down to 1900. And just follow our question mark flight director. Can we? I don't know if we can. Hang on. Not roll. Why? Oh. VOR. Why? Okay, fine. Whatever. Screw you and your stupid. But we can't get down. We need to get down. Screw the frickin'. Okay, you know what? Flight director goes off. Screw you. There. Now we're gonna just follow in our stuff that we're supposed to be doing. Flaps. That's what I'm trying to frickin' put in. Flaps. There. Get down to 3840. And we're gonna land this sucker. Pitch for 90. Landing lights on. Pitch for 90. Following our stuff. Pitch for 90. So VOR is going like that. 3840 is what we're looking for. Time, gear, tower, power, lights, lights, lights. You want to know something else that I'm really not good at? Remembering to time the stupid thing. It's like, oh, I'll have GPS. No. So get good at that if you haven't. I assume you already have. Okay, so 3840 is what we're freaking working towards. Bring that power out some more. So we're good on our course. 200 in minimums. Minimums are 3840. And 3840, but we're not yet at the 30.
500.
Thank you, ForeFlight.
500.
Thank you, Sim. All right, so leveling off at 3840. And okay, so now I have to figure out how far are we? 0.6-ish. So I guess we're gonna go, frick, visual. Yay, we're gonna land it. Sorry. It's unnecessary
Short
weirdness.
Final runway 04 Kilo Papa Victor Whiskey. Warning, airport not in current route.
Thank you, ForeFlight. Minimums and landing, by the way, if I didn't say that. Oh god, that was unnecessarily three-pointed. Oh my god, you know what else I forgot to do? Put my feet on my rudder. Don't tell anybody. Oh gosh. Okay, so weather here is nice, right? So should we just taxi all the way down, turn around, take off the other way? I like that idea. So, there's our 1,000-footers on the opposite side. Well, windsock is dead. And it looks like it favors this way anyway. Sorry. So we'll quick taxi off. Zoom ourselves around. Get all our stuff together. Oh my gosh, you know what I didn't do? Which we're gonna do after, or not afterwards, but when we're on this next leg, we need to go outside of the plane. Cause I assume, plane view traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Clear of runway 4. Plane view. Hello! Buddy. Okay, so clear the runway. We're gonna have mixture where it needs to be. Flaps are up, trim for takeoff. Any of the other stuff that we changed. So landing light could go off, but we're gonna be taking off again anyway. So we're gonna go back into our thing here. What was I doing? F9. Okay, so now procedure, remove, just kidding, flight plan. And then no! You stupid. Okay, sorry. I didn't want to get rid of the destination. I just wanted to get rid of the runway because we're taking off from the opposite direction. Fine. Okay. So now, flight plan, procedure, select approach. Because we are masochistic. Stop. It doesn't even have the frickin'... Oh, because we're at the wrong airport. I have to do it to the other airport. Oops. Oh god. All right, hang on. Doing the procedure turn by hand is the most complicated procedure. You have to do it in real life, especially with only steam gauges. Right, okay, fair. It was a bit, oh, and we gotta talk about that. The autopilot does not do it the way that it should. It was a bit freaky in real life when you did this approach, when your double-eyed told you to look out when you're at the missed approach point and you were offset. Yes, absolutely. You feel like you're flying an S. What? Why? Oh, well, I was gonna say if you were following me, I mean we were on the autopilot, so it should have been pretty straightforward. But otherwise, yes, IFR spaghetti. Hale County traffic. Okay, fine. It says Plainview. No flight director will keep you at 5200. Yes, right. And I was about. Oh, shoot, we're not gonna talk about that. Your trim went to 80 for some reason. It crashed. No, need to check settings. Okay. Well, good luck with that. I hope it works out. We will be putting our flight plan together. So I have to go menu, and we have to go, oops. No, we have to do procedure. No, we have to do flight plan, menu. No. Isn't there... No, that's not what I... How do I invert? There it is. I found it. Yay. Okay, so now... Procedure. Select approach. There it is. I was gonna be like, no, we're not doing this completely. So Fryer, I believe we're doing. I remember seeing Fryer. So we go to procedure. Localizer back course, localizer back course. Yeah. Okay. So now, since I'm thinking about it, I'm also gonna switch the approach here. There. Did it switch? I assume. Okay. It looks like there's a lot more ink on this one, so. Okay, CDI goes like that. And then we gotta switch. So we're going up to 5200 again. Altitude. flight director, heading mode. We're gonna do 220 for now. Oh, I didn't finish the approach. Oh, it's getting to that time. What am I doing? Minimums. And we're doing NZ, so 3560. Altitude. No, this one. 3560. We're gonna leave that for a second. We're gonna do flight level change. We're gonna start it out at like 75, because yeah, there we go. 75, so heading mode, flight level change, GPS is set. That thing, VNAV, back course will be ready for, I guess. And heading, we set the course. Should we set that right away too? So the course is technically going to be 174 to begin with. So can we do that? That's not what I wanted to do. Ay, ay, ay. There. 29901 and heading flight level change. CDI. There. Okay. And we're just gonna leave that like that for a second. Okay. So, we're taking off. Sorry. Hale County, we'll be saying. Cessna Hotel True. Well, okay, and then we would go here, and then we would call clearance, and then we would get our clearance, and they'd be like, yeah, okay, bye. And then we'd be like, bye. Sorry. I'm running out of steam. Yeah. It would basically be the same thing that I did earlier when I should have been thinking about towered stuff, but I did untowered stuff instead. So that's what it is. Why does that look like it's not the same? It's not correct. Okay. All right. Yep, all those things. And then we would go F9. And then we would go, we got our clearance. Hello! And we clear left, clear right. Hale County traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Departing runway 22 to the south. Hale County. We have that mixture just a little bit out for best power. Got all our lights on.
Approaching runway 22.
Thank you, ForeFlight. Oh God, I do need to sit up and sit up straighter. Frick. Such bad posture when I'm doing this stuff. I must sit like Mary Poppins. Or the Wicked Witch on her bike. Green, engine instruments are still green. We're going, we're going. It's gonna take a little bit longer for that airspeed to come in. There it is. Hey yo. And wee. Once we get to that 400 feet, we can start our turn. And then we go like so. So we're turning. No. This is unnerving. So we're gonna go like that. GPS. And I'm gonna, ooh, no, can't do that. Okay, now I can do the GPS. Or sorry, now I can do autopilot because the GPS is now activated. There we go. Monitoring, GPS is set, autopilot is on. I kicked the rudder, my bad. Flight level change is taking us up at 75 knots to 5,200. Ayo! Out here, mixture best power is important because at 3,300 elevation and temps, 90 to 100 off, and your density altitude is over 6,000. Yeah, see, I forgot about that. And that's why I almost aborted on the runway over at Lubbock, because my airspeed wasn't coming up. I mean, that was probably partially the tailwind as well. But yes, yes, I figured that out. And again, that's the thing is like, I know all these things. However, I'm definitely not going through all of the things, all of the planning that I usually would in real life. So, and again, that's why this is not learning or instruction, because I do. There's a lot of things that I do in here or don't do in here. I do. That I would or would not do in real life. So yeah. Anywho. All right. So, we got to get outside the plane a little bit. Whee! Beautiful. On course. Hello! Yay! Buddy. We're going to be coming up on our thingy here. Yay! Get it there. It's all good. Each airport has its quirks. Right, but and that is we like that is one of those big things. Is when you're going to a new spot, you're cross country flying. That's why it is so this way for the love. That's why it's such a big part of like just even the private fly, or to start with the private flying, is that navigation, that's cross country stuff, going from one airport to the next, all the different things that can be part of that experience. So being able to know where to look for certain things, the chart supplement, even, I mean, you could call ahead and be like, hey, is there anything I should be aware of? The comments on ForeFlight are even helpful to some degree. But yeah, just being aware of all of that information, how you can get it. And the other thing is like the practicing, that's something that I didn't fully appreciate. Maybe that's not the right word. Until I did my ferry flights for commercial, well, yeah, so my commercial ferry flights as a commercial pilot. Cause yeah, it was like, okay, so yeah, I've done this, I've looked at the charts, I've looked at the chart supplements, but it was all still around-ish where I was. So then, having to do that, can I say subsequently? I think there's a different word I'm trying to think of, but going from here to here, and then going from here to here, and then going from here to here, and then all this other stuff, like, yeah, seeing things at, because every airport is different. Even the fuel situation, the FBO situation, how to get into the FBO situation. And yeah, you kind of gotta look for those things, be ready for those things, be able to figure those things out. And then Things that I didn't even think about until like doing or talking to for instructor about it, because he helped out a heck of a lot on those flights, was like check to make sure that there's like maintenance there in case you get stuck there for one reason or another. As well as for my own experience, make sure they probably have hangers available so that you don't get frosted up the next morning. Yeah, so yeah, it is. It's just taking that navigation and cross-country stuff seriously and practicing it so that you are somewhat prepared for that stuff. Because like until you actually do it, you are. It's just another one of those things where you have to do it enough to like really get your sort of rhythm down with it. So absolutely super important to consider all the things about each airport you're going to use. You hope to do more flights to new airports when you do a CPL. Nice, excellent. So you're 141, correct? Do you get to just go do fun flights, like rent a plane and just kind of go out on your own, or like you could, but maybe you don't because you're just focusing on the getting through the ratings, or are you not allowed to through that setup? I'd be curious. Because I've been grateful for the way that I've done this. The Part 61 route, being able to have that freedom to kind of go do what I want when I want. Yay! Buddy! But I know that not everybody gets to do that. So, yeah, I'm just curious. Okay, so localizer back course, we should probably start figuring that out. ILS approach, VOR loc approach, we're on the same thing. Oh god, sorry. Hello! I thought that you came up in front. Yay! I think I'm pulled back a bit. I'm probably not quite at power that I should be at, am I? There we go. Power. So localizer back course. I'm not quite sure when I'm supposed to press the back course button. But couple of things. Where are the inner markers? Like how do we, oh, I should probably set us up here. There. Okay. Oh, I can sit up straight. Okay. So. Wait, what? How did you get in front? You're slowing down. I might be a little bit slow. I'm down at like 106. I don't know. So we're gonna, okay. So. Cessna Hotel True and Delta 1. Let us know when you have the weather at Lubbock. As well as what approach you would like to request. Cessna Hotel True and Delta 1. Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess we should probably look at this one. Lubbock, the 29th at 0616 Zulu, 180 at 15 knots. 10 statute miles, few at 8,000, broken 15,000, overcast 20,000, 24 degrees Celsius, 14 dew point. Altimeter 29er89er. Remarks, AO2 differentiates precipitation. Thunderstorm ended at 1:06 past the hour. Pressures falling rapidly. Thunderstorm moving east. Frequent lightning, in cloud, cloud to ground. Thank you for flight. Lightning, frequent lightning, in cloud, cloud to ground, distant east and south. Cumulonimbus, distant east and south, moving northeast. Temperature 23.9er and 13.9 degrees for our dew point. So, hopefully we missed all of that. Hang on. I don't want to undo our... Yeah, that doesn't look bad. It doesn't look like anything. Unless it's not gonna... I don't know, I guess we'll find out. It looks like it's all that way. Like, yeah, around. Moving sort of like around us. So, I guess we'll find out. Oops, wrong button. Yes, well, 120 hours minimum for... for CPL, 50 hours instruction required, you think. So there is a decent amount of dead time in the curriculum. Okay, although you hope to do your CFII in that dead time, nice. You are sure there will be opportunities to go places. You'd like to go to Dallas to experience a class, bravo. That sounds frightening. Check if they have landing fees. They probably will. Unless, does your school have like an understanding where it's like that would be interesting. So like have a little understanding and be like, let us know ahead of time and then we'll make sure to like work you in or whatever. Maybe it doesn't. It does sound frightening. It's honestly, it's not. Bravo isn't as bad as I make it out to be. It's actually like a lot, well, depending on how busy it is, I guess. But yeah, you just do what you're told and all is good. All will be well. All right. But yeah, no, that sounds good. And that was the thing is like, so for part 61, you need more of the hours per thing. So I needed 250, for commercial. And then beyond that, it's just, so do you also have less for ATP as well, or is that something else? Instead of the 1500? Maybe not Dallas, Fort Worth or that, but there are tons of small airports around there. Yes, okay, that's fair. That's absolutely fair, definitely. Yeah, it is. It's good practice, and that's what's nice is as long as you are talking to somebody and you follow what you're supposed to be doing, you're gonna be fine. But the issues come in when you're not talking to anybody and you don't know what you're doing and they don't know what you're doing, then all of a sudden you do something you're not supposed to and you're not talking to anybody, so that, yeah. So yeah, as long as you're talking to somebody. Okay, so we're going to... Did I already load the approach? Yeah, so Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 has the weather at Lubbock. Requesting localizer back course 35 left, and then they'll say, are you sure? Then I'd be like, affirm, and they'd be like, okay, safe sailing, good luck, all those things. Requesting localizer back course 35 left via Fryer. And they'd say, all right, expect localizer back course 35 left, clear direct Fryer. Direct Fryer. Expect localizer back course 35 left. That's not Hotel True 1, Delta 1. What? Oh shoot, I didn't freaking activate it. See? Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Just want to make sure it's doing what I want it to do. No, 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 no. So yeah, so I activated the leg and it was gonna take me from Lubbock to Fryer. It's like, no, just take me direct Fryer. Silly. So that's our little bump in that area. Again, I am not sure when I'm supposed to click the back course mode. Guess we'll find out. Localizer, flight plan, Nolo. We could potentially put Nolo. Where's Nolo? Nolo, we're gonna do 3560. Can we put that in there? A mess. Oh gosh. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm putting the mins in. Haha, ha. But 3560. Okay. Ah. Lubbock, okay. And then what else was I doing? Oh god, what was I doing? Vertical path. So altitude. So it just puts vertical nav on for me. That's nice. 3560, so 3600. Okay, so there's that. Heading. Altitude. Course. We put our course in earlier. Barrow. We're direct to on our GPS. We're gonna use the magenta HSI. Okay, so got our ATIS AWAS, loaded the approach, briefed the approach. So build it, we built it, we bugged it, briefed it. So we're doing that back course. We're gonna come into Fryer, and it should hopefully just follow it for us. Do the procedure, turn and come back in. At this point, we'll do green needles. Minimum is 3560. Load nav frequency in the nav radio. Base leg of procedure turns, load 100 and all that good stuff. In real life, they would always just vector you to the east a bit and then drop you off at the initial approach fix. But this works too. That's right. We're doing it. What's it called? Not gonna say it like that. Oh, we got the airport out our window and we're not gonna be able to see it. So we'll just look at it here. You can see it there. I know we're doing it the hard way. Okay, why not? But no, I assume that would be a lot easier. For everyone involved. You guys, Fryer's on the other side of the airport. Yes, so it is south of the airport. I hope it doesn't take us all the way. That's the other thing, is we tried vectors to final with the autopilot once. It did not work out the way that I expected it to. However, it definitely could have been user error. Yeah, so but at some point we should probably try that again, but for now. All right, I'm gonna, so there was hang on. So maybe, hang on. Oh, yeah, so I was supposed to have a lesson with, I believe, yeah. So I have a private student at home airport who moved out of state and only comes back once in a while. So we try to get time in. So that time he was back, we had a day scheduled and set, and it yeah, he ended up having to go back early, so he had to cancel. And so I was like, okay, so I already have the plane. There's this person that I had to give a ride to at some point. Wasn't available. Other person was available, but then it was too freaking windy. It was supposed to be just a little bit windy, and then it was more windy than it, yeah, would have been fun. So ended up just canceling. So that was, yeah, that was that. And then I told that story. I don't know why we did that. Did some ground with pre-check ride private student. I think it was just some mock, yeah, I think it was some mock check ride stuff, if that was the day. And that was starting to get into that is, yep, check ride prep. So I tried to come up with, he's going to the DPE that I had for my private check ride. So hopefully I have a little bit of insight, and I did some of the questions that I asked, I kind of tailored it and built my like questions around what I think that DP is going to do and what he did. So yeah, so found some areas that needed some work, or for him to just kind of like look into some more, as well as just the general doing things. Okay, I do have that set. Just not just the knowledge portion of it, but how to present oneself in a check ride. Like, yeah, not saying too much. Not digging yourself a hole as much as possible. And yeah, it's good. We're coming up on our initial approach fix, so we'll see what the GPS does. I kind of feel like it might just flip us around right away. I think it's done that before. So can I back course? I don't know how to tell if it's on back course or not. What is that? I don't know what that means. I can't see what that is. So it's turning. Okay, so this is what our plan looks like. And it's gonna go like that. Oh, that's weird. It looks like it's going like it's gonna do the turn and then do a left procedure turn. Okay, that's a choice. Oh, well, okay, you know what? I guess the barb does do that. Remain within 10 nautical miles. If... Well, yeah, that would be something that you'd want to take into account. If you got quite the tailwind, you either have to start that turn earlier than like 2 minutes, or you can turn back to the right instead, making sure to remain within 10 nautical miles. Oi. Oh, okay, sorry. Friars 4.7 DME out, yes. Then another 10 to Fritz. Stop, is it that much? I'm seeing 7.2. Or are you rounding up? Nice to have a good gouge on the DP. Right. The one thing is it's been 3 years since my check ride, so the DP might have changed things. However, one of the other sort of primary CFI over at my work airport has sent students to that DP as well. So I was gonna ask, like, okay, so does he still have the cross country beat to this place? Is there anything that you noticed, or that your students noticed, or anything that I should be aware of and for him nowadays? Haven't done that yet, but well. And then could also just set the front course since I have a HSI. Oh, I guess I could. But I want to use, since we're doing the back course, I want to use the back course. Yes, what part of the... Yes, 7.2, you were still a few nautical miles from... Oh, okay, so you were 10 nautical miles from where you were. Got it. Got it. Well, and I mean, at this point, I have the autopilot as well. It's just gonna fly me. Yeah, we got a little bit of time, so I guess I'll kind of finish that as well. So after ground with, and it was it is kind of fun being in that position, but also it's like all this stuff. I'm like, am I doing this the way that I should be doing it? And I don't know. I hope so. Documents. And that's also something which we'll get back to. Yeah, so that's hang on. Why don't I have that in there? Am I missing a flight in my logbook? That'd be nice. I have a few more hours that... Oh gosh, it's turning us, so I should probably be paying attention a little more. Autopilot must be nice. Oh yeah, it's super nice. Hey, again, this is the first time I've been like actually using autopilot. Well, not this session here, but I was full manual throughout all my training, but now I get to do this sorts of stuff. So oh, you know what? That's why. Okay. That's why I forgot to switch that. So yes, as let me just switch that because otherwise I'll forget. So, it was, pre-check ride student and I were supposed to have a flight lesson, but it was like somewhat right on that edge of like, it might have not been good weather or, so he was gonna have to leave work. So if we weren't gonna be able to fly, it was just sort of like, it's just better to let him work and then come just a little bit later so that we could just do some ground stuff. So that's what we did. And then it was looking like it was maybe gonna be okay for maybe okay, maybe not okay for post solo student. So he pre-check ride student and I were doing the ground stuff. And then it was getting to the time where I was supposed to start lesson with the other student, so I went and looked outside, and he was there, so I texted him, was like, hey, you can come on over. And we kind of just kept going, because I was kind of waiting for other student to come in. And all of a sudden, it was like, we're kind of past the time, and it was like, well, he's still not coming. So, like, I go out and I look, and it was like, well, he's not coming. So then I was like, well, I gotta get to the lesson, so, like, sent pre-check ride student off. And so I was like, okay. So we were in the somebody's personal hangar. I'm just gonna kind of let the autopilot fly this one, just because I'm curious what it actually does. So we got our vertical path, we got our GPS. We're on our final approach course. We're gonna leave it on for now. FAF is Fryer. At Fritz, it should start taking us down. Or it's not gonna do that. Okay, so we're past Fritz and it's not gonna do that. So I guess we're gonna hand fly it because otherwise we're gonna be up. Autopilot's off. And screw the flight director as well. Okay. So 3600, and might as well get our CDI on. So I don't know if 4800 we can get to. That's not that much, so coming down to it. Another thing that I have to do is I have to start thinking of, and maybe this is just like a really silly thing to admit, start thinking of the minimums as minimums like as like floors. So it's like it's better to be above them or slightly above them than it is to be below them. So I've been sort of like trying to keep it right in the middle. So like if I go a little bit low, go a little bit high, as long as I'm like kind of consistently in the middle. But I think that's probably not the correct choice. So yeah. $4,800. Working towards Fryer. Ah. I think we got a few miles left, so I'll try to just finish story time. So we were in, yeah, sort of like the, like, how do I put this? Sort of like the people who, where, so yeah, so it's a personal hangar, but it's also like a hangout spot for like people who like run the airport and do stuff around the airport and stuff like that. So I do. Sometimes I use it if the like actual FBO is closed. Like I'll use it for students if the other, or not closed, but has other people in there. So like we're not bothering each other. And I typically only use it for, well, okay, so there's like a glide slope apparently now. Why? Vertical path. Okay, why? Well, so now I kind of want to see what happens. Why are you continuing down? We're not at Fryer, and you're not, oh, for frick's sake. Oh, screw this. If you don't like what it's doing, turn it off. Sorry. Okay, so we're at Fryer. Gentle frickin' corrections for the love. Am I supposed to be pulling the needle now? No, I don't think so. Okay. It's much more sensitive down. 3820 by NZ. So we're coming to NZ. We can get down to 3820. We're gonna get back. So nose to needle. Thank you, ForeFlight. Ah. And we didn't put our, 3820 to NZ. Flaps in. 1900. 3820. I don't know. For the love of God, don't know what it's trying to frickin' do. 3820. Still coming to NZ. Altitude select. No, you're not selecting anything. Next direct track. So at that point we can get lower. It's an altimeter error. Yeah, altimeter error. Okay, so now we can get down to 3560. $35.60 minimum. Oh God, F9 minimums. Whee! We're landing. And I can't see any of my stuff. Oh God. Okay, I can't see things now. Ah. Sorry. Hang on. We'll keep following. Oh God, and that's the thing. Is I assume they probably want you a little bit more on that side of the localizer, if anything, if they're doing parallel approaches. And it gets a lot more sensitive as it gets closer to the runway. 3-5 left. We're a little high. Drop it like it's hot. Round out, round out, round out, round out. Oh. There it is. Yes, we did it. Oh god. Let's try and get off the runway to the other side, right? Because 3-5 left. We took off 3-5 left. So we just need to get to there is what we need to do. That's where we need to go, right? Oh god, right? This isn't a runway. Oh god, I am braking! I am braking! I promise. Woohoo! Do it, do it. And then they'd be like, hey, where are you going? And I'd be like, just to the, oh, I've already taxied past the things. Wait, what? Why can I go that way but not go that way? Oh, because I don't know, whatever. Okay, hang on. Sorry, I'll come back to chat in a little bit. Kind of want to try to come see your land. Or are you already down? I can't tell. But yeah, they'd be like, hey, where you going? We'd be like, FBO, and they'd be like, okay. No, I think you're coming in and landing. We're gonna take off again. I'm just kidding. These brakes suck. Wait, where the heck am I? Oh, this is where we need to go anyway. Go, 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 go. Okay, you know what? I'm known for the grass taxi. We're doing the grass taxi so we can see the landing. Move out of the way, bus! We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it. Oh god, the brakes. Turning, turning, turning.
Runway 35 left.
Whee!
Entered runway 35 left.
Woo!
500 feet remaining.
See, they're all on the runway too. Nice! Alright. We'll go back to parking now. Sorry. Okay. Have we been terminated from the flight school? Well, we're gonna aim right that direction. Be like, what up? Okay. All right. And we shut down. Oh yeah, we got all this stuff that we were supposed to do and didn't do, and that's okay, that's fine. Strobes, landing light, taxi light, nav light. So electronics, all of our electronics go off. Leave the beacon on, liquids, boom, and boom. Thank you. Continue is the one that I wanted. There. Whee! We'll be right here. Okay, going back to chat for a second. 190 is required for CPL 141, but you will have around 70 from PPL and instrument rating. So no ATP is still, okay, 1500. You know, these are restricted. Yeah, ATP stuff, but you think that is with like 50 multi-time. Wait. So like, if I got 50 multi-time, I could do RATP, or that's with 141. So like if you got 50 multi-time, you could do the RATP and it would only be the 1,000 hours. Is that what it is? In case I missed it, yes. They say outer, but I know. But like, it is. So for other maneuvers, or for like private maneuvers and stuff like that, it's like you want to be right in the middle. So like if you go a little above, a little below, or a little to one side or the other, that's fine, right? So like that's what I keep, like that's my mentality of it. And it's like, no, that's not at all what it is. And that's just one of those habits that I got to get out of. Boo, the G1000 looks to have set the front course for you. Yes. Yeah, I know. I wish I would have gotten the steam gauge 172. At some point we could get back into the 150 and try to do some like real manual stuff. But yeah, for now it is. It's just a little bit easier for like the stretches. I'm sorry, my silly bot is, yes, sorry. Oh God, or that's, never mind. Put me way up there. Yeah, anyway, sorry. 2 miles of runway, use it all. I am so not used to that. Well, okay, so here's one of the things that I had to get out of for instrument training. So my home airport was grass, so basically it's like you try and chop and drop it, well, with trees on either end of the runway, so you try and chop and drop, and it's short, so chop and drop it as close to like the start of the runway, the threshold, as possible. So I've gotten very used to, yeah, at least aiming for the numbers once I started doing actual pavement pavement airports. So then in instrument flying, as soon as I'd go visual, I would chop the power and try to start aiming for the numbers instead of just continuing to like the 1,000 footers where the glide path is typically sending. So yeah, that was something it was this issue for me that I was like, why I do a fine approach and everything, and then like the landing just kind of ugh. And then finally number one instructor and I like figured that out, that it was, oh yeah, you don't have to use this much of the runway. So yeah, also the 35 right is noted closed for eternity. It has been for years. So I kind of wanted to like look at it, but are they gonna, hang on, how about I just quick look at it? 35, well, oh, it's so small. Well, is it 35 right, or is it also 17 left? Can you land on 17 left? Gosh darn it, my silly thing. S or L should say, I'm sorry. I know it's nice flight. Yes, thanks for coming along. That was fun. Honestly, you're not super familiar with RATP, so take what you say with the picture. Okay, sounds good. You still try for the 1,000 footers, but if you go a bit long, you will live, but your landings have gotten worse. That's what happens is you do all the private stuff. It's very subjective, and you do the things, and all of a sudden you're doing instrument training, and you can't land for words. I can't say because I'm a lady. Because a lot of times, do you go missed a lot of the times, or do you end up landing? Because one thing I will say is you should get a mix of both and be prepared for both. But it is that transition from, just like going from visual to instruments is a transition, and it takes a bit to get used to. Coming off of instruments and going to the visual is also, it requires that transition. So yeah, then all of a sudden trying to land the thing. It does. The practical landings, at least, particularly, suffer a little bit. No 17 left and 35 right has X's on it at this point. Okay, sounds good. Fair. You go missed almost every time. I would suggest also practicing, like, yeah, I would suggest also practicing going in for the landing, just so that you don't get so used to that. Because at some point, like, I mean, you do gotta land it, which I assume you practice for the last one that you do. But I guess, well, I don't know. I guess it's also good to, okay, the other thing I would say too is, do you have the foggles on through the missed approach? Because in my training, in my initial training, a lot of times it was, we'd get to the minimums, foggles would come off, and then we'd go missed to like kind of see how, like, where you actually were on the approach. And in my during my check ride, he had me keep the foggles on the whole time, which kind of threw me off. Because I was kind of expecting the foggles to come off at the minimums, and that was one of my like little mental check things that was like, oh, we're at minimum sort of thing, which was not good. So yeah, just things, practicing all the different possibilities is good. Sorry, I'm gonna quick finish. So yeah, was over at the hangar doing pre-check ride prep, ground stuff with student. And then, yeah, started heading over to the actual FBO and tried calling my student because he was like sitting there or whatever, and I was like, well, what's the deal? And so he didn't pick up, so I was like, okay, he's probably sleeping. So I have to walk over to his truck and I knock on the window. And he's out. And he finally wakes up and is like, hello. So it was like, so the weather might have been okay for us to go, but I decided to use that as a somewhat of a learning experience as well, or teaching experience, to be like, okay, so I mean, fatigue is probably a factor. So the first thing, well, we started talking about, we got into the FBO, started talking about stuff. He started talking about weather, and then I was like, okay, so what about our PAVE? Then he starts going through PAVE, and then it's like, okay, so I am safe. And then he starts going through them, and then all of a sudden he gets to the F, the fatigue, and he goes, oh. And I was like, ah. So there, hopefully a light bulb moment. And we did. So we ended up going through a lot of weather stuff and a lot of aeronautical decision-making stuff, and just how all of this stuff goes together, what to be looking for, and all of that. So I did. I that's one of the things that I really like. I hope that it works out properly, but being able to use those examples that are actually like in real life happening, rather than like, okay, we're gonna set this lesson. I do those as well, but having those moments of being like, okay, so this is happening. This is how that affects flying or not flying, as the case may be. So yeah, and I do. I hope I do that well, because I do think that's a really, it's the best way to learn is actually having this stuff happening. So, all right, we'll go to little nav maps. I have some more. I don't know how much. Again, like I have no sense of time anymore. I don't remember what I did. I had an event this weekend, so I had to socialize a little bit, and people would be like, oh, what have you been up to? I've been flying, like doing stuff, whatever. And it's just like, I don't know what I've been doing. But yeah, so like, yeah, I don't know. I just, it is. It's almost embarrassing, because I'm like, I would like to answer like a normal human being, but no, I just don't. I don't have the brain capacity or whatever it is at this point. Okay, so little nav map needs to come up here. Little nav map. I'm gonna take this off so I can think a little bit. Little nav map. Where's little nav map? Little nav map. Little nav map. Where are you? Okay, sorry. A couple of instructors allow you to do touch and goes, but most don't. I do not allow touch and goes. Yeah. In my private training. Well, so I was never taught touch and goes, but during like my second, so I did my long solo cross country, and then I did that cross country again to get my cross country hours. And so on that one, my instructor, we were talking, we were texting, and he's like, you could even do a touch and go if you wanted at the airports. You don't need to, like, actually, whatever. And so I was like, oh, okay, I'll try that. And I almost went off the friggin' runway. I didn't, but, yeah, so that's just one of those things where you don't really use it in real life, so why do it? And Friendstructor's philosophy about it is that a touch and go is a reward for a perfect approach and landing. So yeah, and I'm too picky for any of my students' approaches and landings to be perfect. So yeah. And you mean touch and goes for IR? I guess that is different. But it does it make it more difficult? Like, again, doing that instrument to visual transition and then also doing the touch and go. Well, okay, but you're at 10,000 foot runway as well. Okay. Is that what you're getting? Oh gosh. Most of them have the foggles on at the DHMDA. Some of them don't make you wear foggles, but you are good at keeping your eyes in the plane. Please don't. Oh, we did not talk about that. None of that happened. No, we're not talking about that. You're not some things like that. No, you have your baseball hat on. That's what you do, is you have that baseball hat on like that. You got it. That's what it is. That's what you mean. Touch and goes are cake on a 10,000 foot wide ass runway. That was probably a little aggressive. Yeah, we don't practice on those runways, and so no, I am not gonna let my students. Yeah, no. Yeah, I am. I have students that I would trust doing that stuff, and I have other students that I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna let them get their private ticket and have somebody else's name more recently in their logbook, and then they can start doing not whatever they want. I sure hope that they take the stuff that I have been teaching to heart and put it into practice. But yeah, it is. Different students require different tactics, just like children. We're not gonna talk. No, we're gonna talk about that. Okay, so I think I finished that. Yeah, and so parked, turned around, did run up, came over here, did our intersection departure. Noom. Took off, started heading towards Plainview, and then we got our direct to. Yeah, this is not what you're supposed to do. What you do is you cut off this thing. You do not, this angle, just like a rectangular course, you go from here, you cut that off, and you go like this, or you go like, yeah, no, this would be the parallel one. So you go like that, you go there, and then you go like this, and you come back in to meet over there, rather than always trying to do a teardrop and being on the unprotected side of the holding pattern thing. So G1000 problems, or Sim G1000 problem, I assume. Came in, did our landing, took off, well, look, our little boop, we came out, we came back in. Then we go out and back in. And sometimes if you want to do it 4 times, then we took off, came back, we started up, what the hell did we do? Sorry. Oh, okay, so I was trying to figure out how to get the G1000 to, so when you have it set for GPS nav or any form of the nav, and you are too far off for it to capture, it does not activate it. So you have to manually fly, at least this is what I've found, manually fly to the course before it will activate it. So yeah, maybe there's an easier way of doing that, but I don't know what it is. So yeah, so manually flew to our course, because again, if you get cleared direct, If your clearance says direct, you follow the course from there to there. If you get cleared direct again in the air, it's direct to from where you're at. So yeah, got back to our course, started going to Lubbock, and then, so this, I can't remember exactly what it did, but I clicked activate leg to the initial approach fix, and it went from Lubbock to Fryer. So it was gonna start turning to Lubbock to get to Fryer, and so I had to direct to Fryer, and that's what that little boop and then back in was for. Went to Fryer, went out, it did the procedure turn and out back that way, and then at that point we took the autopilot off because it wasn't going down. Not sure why. What is that? Oh, we crossed. That's why. Crossed over this way. All right. So then we wiggled our way. IFR spaghetti. Final IFR final spaghetti. I don't know. Landed. We're not going to talk about that. I was on the brakes, okay? And then we came back this way. And then we were trying to come and watch the landing. So that's what happened there. And then we taxied back in, and then we shut down. It was all good. Yay. So, what does this look like? What can we make it? It is a very long rubber chicken. His legs are very stretched. What do you think, chicken? He concurs. Perfect. All right. You have to touch and goes on a 60-foot wide, 4,000 long runway, but after a lot of touch and goes in LBB first. Right. And still 60-foot wide, 4,000 long runway. So, I guess the ones that we fly out of they're not quite that. Let me look. Yeah, they're closer to 3,000. And so then definitely not as wide either. So yes, not like you said, after doing a lot of touch and goes at the long and wide airport first, but my students don't have that. So no, they can go do that on their own time when it's not my certificate on the line. It's just theirs. But no, like it is. It's definitely another technique to have, and have that ground control a lot better at whatever speeds. So yeah, woohoo! Unicycle is yep. I can see that. I can definitely see that too. Yes. Oh, it's a very tiny unicycle. A very long, very tall, very tiny unicycle. Completely fair. Yes, absolutely. I mean, so at the Towered Airport, that we had to go to in order to get the Towered experience for him. Yeah, we have done that there. So again, pre-check ride student, I would be okay with the touch and goes, and I think he actually did the touch and goes for his solo Towered stuff. I was okay with that. My other student, I want him to do the full stop stuff. We did do the touch and goes just for traffic when we were over there practicing, not full stop and go rather than a touch and go. So coming to the stop, doing the stuff, and then going, just to make sure that, yeah, just to make sure that everything actually kind of gets done. Just being a little bit more careful for that. But yeah, it is. You have to kind of adjust techniques and figure out what works for which student and what doesn't, and what works. Yeah, like all of a sudden, oh, you figure out that this works over here. So then you try to do it over here and it's like, nope, doesn't work there. So now I got to figure out something over here. And it's like, but I already figured it out over here. Yeah, it's fun. It's totally, it is, it's interesting. But yeah. Sometimes it would be nice if it was just one thing. Just figure out the magic potion and there it is. Okay. So yeah, so there was that, and then talked about that. Had another day of flying, and picked a spot to go to. I picked a spot that was slightly less far than I had been going so that I could have some time to, again, go practice the VOR, the localizer stuff. I get up there and, well, okay, so first, I was again trying to get in the clouds. Maybe this isn't something I should admit either. So trying to get in the clouds. Again, I'm IFR. I'm on the plan and everything, on the IFR plan. And the course I was flying wasn't quite taking me into the clouds. So I was deviating a little bit from course in order to get into those clouds. And when I was cleared for the approach, ATC gave me, well, and that was kind of the thing that I should actually look at. The approach that I did, I'm trying to remember. It was like the full approach. It was the longer one. And so, I'm trying to remember how it went. But I stayed up higher than the approach, so that I could stay kind of in the clouds for a while. And then I kind of dive and drived it. And then once I got like really out of the clouds, then I was able to, yeah, cancel IFR again. And then it was a pretty good crosswind. So I landed, taxied in, and I was flight planning and everything. And another plane came in and landed and came to the fuel, and then the pilot came in and we got to talking, and he's a CFI and he's like the only one there, and he's got himself a 172. He's got himself a Bonanza. He's trying to figure out, there's not a whole lot of stuff there, student-wise, training-wise, pilot-wise. So he's kind of a little bit on his own out there. And he's like, do you want to see my Bonanza? And I'm like, yeah, I want to see your Bonanza. So I got to go see his Bonanza. And yeah, at some point we may go flying, because he also found out that he potentially has a job now if he can get a certain number of hours by a certain time. So he's going to be flying a lot, as well as needs instrument safety pilot stuff at times. So yeah, potential. But that happened was it like the day of or the day after? It was after I found out about that I should apply for this job at some, like, I should, yeah, get that together. And it was before I actually like dove into it. So that kind of was like, I was like kind of all set to go potentially do that. And then all of a sudden I had to be applying for this job. So we'll see. We'll see if, yeah, anything comes of that. And, for instructor and the owner of the Constance 172 were on a trip again, and so they were creeping, and we were wondering why you're at this airport, and gave a bunch of options. I was like, yeah, obviously you caught me. But then, yeah, it was just funny, and I was again trying to get that cloud time in, and so. Finally, I was like, okay, so I do have to leave. I have lessons after this, but yeah. So it was like, then I showed him that plane as well, because it was a similar setup had the 3 GI-275s as well as somewhat similar other avionics. Not quite. Except his had autopilot, of course. Bonanza had autopilot. And then I tried to contact from the ground, ATC, couldn't get him. And so I just picked my clearance up in the air, and I texted that pilot and I was like, hey, the ground thing didn't work. And he was like, well, there's actually another phone number in the chart supplement. And I was like, oh, I shouldn't have just trusted ForeFlight, because ForeFlight just had the one way of contacting them. But the, chart supplement had the other, so oops. But I got to practice picking up the IFR clearance in the air, which, did I do it right? I hope so, it worked out. And then, it was. By that point, that was the other thing too, by that point the clouds had like dispersed even a little bit more. So I was definitely a bit more like off course than I usually would be. Like, usually I'm trying to keep it boom right smack dab in the middle, but I was like, ooh, cloud over here, cloud over here. But they didn't say anything, so it was one of those things where it's like, I wonder how far out I can get before they start wondering. I should probably look that up, what the actual like legal stuff is for that. But I was within, I could still see the needle at least. So that's good. And more than that, just to be clear. So then didn't have time to go play with the VOR and ILS, but I did. I was running out of time, so it was like I canceled a bit earlier than usual. I didn't even finish the approach into my home airport, and I just landed, and then I had lesson with post solo private student, which I need to look up what it is we did. Sorry, I'm gonna quick finish this day and then I'll get back to chat, and then so we reintroduced or refreshed ground reference maneuvers with post solo private student. Turns around a point, S turns, pattern entry and departure, as well as a go around. So reintroduce the ground reference maneuvers so he could practice those. Make sure that he's doing them correctly during his practice. Because he had practiced them during a solo thing, and I don't think that he was... And again, maybe this is a picky thing, but he wasn't entering them on a downwind. I think he entered it on an upwind, so we talked about that theory, and I showed him how to... there was some like miscommunication of like what to do and how to do it and everything, so we figured that out, and that was good. So that was that day. You didn't have to do a stop and go until your check ride, so that was fun. Wait, so how did that go? Cause, and again, was that still at Lubbock? Because, I guess it probably kind of had to be, because like there is like the touch and go, it does take up less runway than the stop and go. But and I guess it does kind of depend on what you do for the touch and go. So it's like stop and go, you stop on the runway, do all the stuff and go. The touch and go, it can kind of seem like you land and take off right away, but it's like, no, all you got to do is just land like normal, keep rolling, clean up, and then go. So it does, it depends. You don't need to keep me time. No, you're totally good. Because it is, it's like, I like going over this stuff. Because it's all different experiences. It's a learning experience for me, not for you guys. And it gives me more stuff to work with. So let me know. And then I had another day of lessons. Finally got with student at home airport again. He was back in town, And it was like, it's been a while, so the next thing we were supposed to do was just kind of pounding the pattern to get him to solo. But it was like, it's been a bit, and he did find an airport down where he is to fly out of. It is a towered one. It's near some weird airspace, so that was kind of cool. And that'll be good. And he was also in a Piper, I think. So that'll be good experience. But yeah, so it was like, and he even kind of like asked, he thinks some like slow flight and just like those maneuvers would be good. Plus it looked like it was some like low enough clouds where we could like go above it, and that would be kind of cool and a fun sort of a flight instead of just pounding the pattern for the first time in however long. So yeah, so I get there early, chatting with the owners, and I can't remember if I noticed, well, yeah, so my student showed up and it started getting close to the time, and I checked where the plane was, and it was a bit away from where we were, and it was like, okay. And so I asked the owner. The owner's like, yeah, you might want to check on him. They got a late start because something was not right and they had to get it fixed. Got it fixed, and so I texted the CFI who was in the plane, and it was like, oh no, didn't know you were after us. And it was like, okay. But it gave us, me and my student, to go, a chance to go over some ground stuff, airspace, VFR minimums, which again, because we were going to be going up above the clouds and going in between clouds, you have to make sure, okay, this is where this stuff comes into play. We have to have that certain separation between, that separation from us and the clouds for these reasons, IFR versus VFR, keeping those IFR traffic safe from us, bumbling around, not talking any VFR traffic. So yeah, hope that helped. And then we did. We went out. Clouds were a little higher than they looked like from the ground, but the plane had the power, so we went up. Did slow flight, did some power off stalls, did some power on stalls. And that was the one thing that was a little bit trickier, is that the clouds weren't as few and far between as would have helped to be able to like see, like, well, yeah, so ground references on the horizon, so to kind of like keep where you're supposed to be and everything. But it worked out fine, just getting like the theory sorted down. And then I showed him or taught him, I can't remember, the emergency descent to kind of get back down through a nice hole in the clouds. Didn't need to, but figured it was a good teaching opportunity. And then we were under the clouds. It was a bit bumpier under the clouds, so that was kind of a little bit but worked on some radio stuff. Need a little bit more work on the radio stuff. I have to make sure I sent him the video that I usually send people. And then, yeah, one of the things that I keep kind of like forgetting, sometimes I do really well and then other times I kind of forget, is to do the things first and then let them try. So like, I'll be like, do you want to do this sort of a thing? And it's like, I haven't like done the radio calls enough probably to like give that, like what we're actually supposed to be doing. So yeah, or like instead of demonstrating a maneuver, I'll just say, okay, so you do this and have them fly it, sort of a thing. Not for like major stuff, but just sometimes it's like it's better for me to like do the thing first and then let them have at it. So that's something that I have to be a bit better about. So then, yeah, so that was that one. And then, yeah, I was able to go back and work on application. And then I had flight with, so that's the other thing. So I was supposed to have a lesson another day with pre-check ride, private student, but it was looking like it was going to be kind of nice. So I was like, hey, do you want to do some solo? And that's the other thing. Sorry, hang on. Another story I forgot. It was at Lubbock and it was fine. You expected it. And a stop and go is not that hard to figure out. Right. But again, like, I've heard of things like that where something comes up on a check ride that you hadn't done before. And it's like, yeah, you figure it out. But at the same time, it's like, that's that much more stress during check ride. But fair enough. Good job. Yeah, especially on a long runway, you just touch down, roll a bit, clean the flaps, and jam the throttle and go again. Right, exactly. So it does. It makes it a little bit easier. That's the advantage of training out of class, Charlie, in your opinion, is the radio work. Okay, well, and I guess, that's the thing, is like, usually what people say is if you train out of a towered airport, you are a little bit less capable / comfortable at the non-towered stuff, and then vice versa. If you're flying primarily out of non-towered airports, you're going to be a bit less capable, comfortable at the towered airports. But at least right now, it sounds like you're going to plane view and doing instrument approaches over there, and then at your other ones. So that, I assume, definitely helps. But yeah, did you find that at all? I'd be curious. Okay, so first what happened, so early in the week, very early in the week, pre-check ride student was supposed to do some solo. And I'm trying to remember how it worked. So the alternator didn't seem to be having as much juice as usual. So we've been like kind of leaving the lights off, if we could. So private student, he was supposed to go do some solo, and he went, and he noticed that the Hobbs was a little more than like it was just like 0.3 hours over what it was in the book. And so I looked, and somebody had been on the schedule but apparently didn't go. So it was like CFI trying to figure out stuff. So I assume they started up, taxied out for one reason or another, taxied back in. So my assumptions were it could be an actual, what is it called? Something actual, like what they found out, or something in the run-up wasn't right, so they came back. Or like what I kind of thought it might have been is that the ammeter was discharging because they probably had all their lights on, and so they thought that wasn't. I mean, that's the good choice. If the ammeter's not charging, you come back, but they could have just turned their lights off and it would have been fine. So that was what I kind of thought. So I just told them, like, just make sure once you get it started up, do your run up, make sure everything is actually good. And so he texted me, he did all this stuff, and then he texted me again, and he's like, it's not starting, actually. So I was like, oh, well, then it was like, okay, so did they run down the battery? Like, were they taxiing and then did the run up and stuff, and it was discharging the whole time with all their lights on? And so then when they shut down, battery maybe drained? I don't know. Couldn't get it started. Let it sit for a little while, tried it again. So I was like, okay, it's probably not gonna work, but we need the battery up. So contacted the owner. He was able to go and put a trickle charge on it. But next day, so my solo student was not able to go. Next day, I was there that day, and the mechanic was working on stuff. It had a bad mag. Shoot, I forgot I was gonna do this. He told me a way to check this. So, sorry. So I wandered over and bugged him a little bit, talking to him about stuff and finding out what was the deal. And he said it was a bad mag. It should have still started on just the one mag, but it didn't for whatever reason. So he's been saying that you gotta do a mag check. So before you shut down, you bring the throttle all the way to idle, and you do a mag check. And it should still continue running. If it doesn't, got a dead mag. So that's what we had. So that's what I'm going to start teaching my students now, to do that. Idle mag check. So yeah, so he didn't get his solo time in. So I was like, okay, instead of that lesson, does he want to go do some solo time? So he went and did some solo time, did some pattern work, didn't get to do the soft and short field takeoffs and landings. He was working on the crosswind stuff, which was good, which was fine. Then we had a lesson that next day. So now we're at that day. So he had told me the week before he could do Monday and Wednesday. So I thought he wasn't going to be able to do that next day. But he said, oh, okay, yeah, he could. Okay, that works. So we get there, and he forgot it was his anniversary. So I was like, oh no. So it was like, okay, we're gonna try and get all of your finish up his instrument stuff at least, and then and then get like at least practice the steep turns again to get him comfortable with doing that, and then so that he could practice them by himself, and then try and get him home as quickly as possible. And then I was like, well, you know what? We could also go make a little track art heart around your house. And I may have pushed it a little bit too much. We did eventually end up doing it, and it did. It looked very nice. I don't know. I'll find out whether or not it was actually well received or not. But we did. We went and we practiced did the simulated instrument flight, did the fundamentals, practiced steep turns, as well as a forward slip to a landing. So I did. I was mean to him for forgetting his anniversary. So hopefully the heat was off him a little bit at home. So yeah. And then the other thing is the reason why I really wanted to get that simulated instrument done is because I talked to the owner of the 150, because he had told me, like, if your like student is within 2 weeks of being like ready for check ride, you should probably contact the DP and actually find out if it's when they're going to be available, because they can be out a little bit. So I contacted the DP, and he's like, yep, it's probably not going to be until like June. And I was like, okay, well, that's good. At least we're going to get on the thing. We got enough time in between to like really get comfortable, round them out and everything. So I got that taken care of, and then I sent my student his contact info to kind of get in contact, start trying to schedule things. And so student texts him, and then DP calls him back to kind of go over some stuff. And so told him I wrote some stuff down, because we called and talked about it too. So weather stuff, pattern departure, ACS, procedures, and something else, which I assume is like regulations and stuff. And then something else. He asked about his hours. Like, hours do you have, solo hours, requirements, things like that. He said, yep, we finished up the simulated instrument and stuff. I wasn't actually sure how many solo hours he had. I thought maybe he wouldn't have enough, but apparently he does. So all of his requirements should be met. And then DP asked, do you have any questions or anything? And my student wasn't going to say anything. He was going to just be like, oh, no. But then he asked, and I'll have to confirm this because he was kind of breaking up on the phone. He asked something about like what direction or whatever for like the cross country and everything. So then the DP was kind of like wishy-washy about it, and was like he wasn't going to tell him something. And he was like, you know what? He used to give that stuff out early, but then he had a student come in and was like, okay, my waypoint is like here. And then DP is like, well, how do you know that? And the student said, well, I've flown it like 4 times already. So I was like, okay, that's not what this is supposed to be about. You're not supposed to be able to fly the cross country, or the beginning of the cross country before the check ride. So he gives it out later for that reason. And there was something else where the student felt like he put his foot in his mouth. And like the DP was already kind of like testing him. And I was like, oh no. So hopefully, I assume it wasn't that. Again, the DP he's very firm, but very fair. And he's very good at his job. So I've kind of like tried to prep my student for that, but it was probably good for him to get a little bit of that taste to try and like not say too much. But it's gonna be, I'm gonna try and do a little bit more less instructory stuff, more just the examining sort of a situation, as well as I asked for instructor, he is supposed to be having a little bit more time coming up here. So hopefully we'll work on my double I, as well as he wants to be a DP at some point. So I figured for everyone's sake, he could do some mock stuff with my student to, help my student, help himself, and help me to make sure that I have been doing my job. So I think that's kind of it. So we're prepping for that, getting really close to that. Oh, I'm starting a new student as well at some point. It's like the one thing is like most of my students are all after school, after work, and weekend stuff. So it's like, okay, I have like I have to be there like multiple days of the week then, and like I have this whole day. But no, it's the way that it is, and I'm trying to figure out other ways of like making the most out of that time and everything. As well as I also contacted somebody I did my complex with, where I also did my instrument half of my instrument rating with. I have some money in my account. It's been in there for probably like 2-3 years. So I figured I'd use it for multi hours. So I'm gonna go and do a little flying up there in a different multi. And yeah, that instructor seemed excited for it and everything. So just gotta figure that out. And yeah, hopefully doing some other flights soon that have been supposed to be happening for a while, but haven't been. And I think that's it. So yeah, anyway, sorry. Coming back in. You would say yes, your VFR calls are a bit shaky, but you go south to La Mesa a lot and to Plainview, so you have at least some exposure to it. Good. Yeah, and that's because that is the thing. Like airline stuff, you're pretty much going to be doing ATC all the way. The work that big boy pilot jobs that for instructor has, and a couple other CFIs at my work airport, they do actually go into the untowered airports with their stuff. So depending on what you want to end up doing, you do got to do it. So yeah, it is. It's just good to be able to do that, especially if you do want to continue doing personal stuff as well, that GA stuff. It's fun to just be able to go to the non-towered areas and find new places and fun things. So yeah, definitely, that's good. Due to touch and goes, you're able to do 9 landings in 1.7 hops. Right, exactly. Okay, have you heard this story? All right, you all ready for this story? I have told it before, however, it's an example of how things that you learn, drill it into your mind from the beginning, look a little bit different when you're actually flying. So, night landings. What is, for currency, what is special about night landings for currency? That's nuts. DP availability is ridiculous. Right, exactly. And I mean, the one thing is I knew this. I know this. Well, okay. The other thing is this particular DP. It is really dependent on his other job, like his airline job. So sometimes he can be available right away. Like, hey, can you come in next week? So I didn't want to do that until he was like really had all the requirements met and everything. So I did push it off a little bit more than I maybe should have, but I think it's going to be fine because it gets my student more comfortable. We can go over some stuff more, and again, do those mock opportunities with my instructor. So, but it's better than it could be, I think. So it'll work out fine. And you'll take whatever job you can get when the time comes. Yes, that's what I'm thinking as well. So to be honest, like it's kind of the job that I'm looking at as well. So I do. It looks fun and looking for it. So yeah, yep, we'll see. But yes, full stop for night landings. Yes, it is. So in December, I had to go do my night landings. And so I took off, and I'm in the downwind, and somebody else is coming in. And so I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have a little company in the pattern. And I can't, I think they came in like right behind me. So I was like, oh, I'll do a touch and go to save them some time. Or like they asked, are you doing full stop or touch and go? And so I was like, in my mind, I was like, well, I can just do, well, I said full stop. And then while I was on final, I was like, oh, I could do a touch and go to save them some time. So I took off again, and I came back around, and they left the pattern after that landing. And so then I was like, wow, why don't I always do touch and goes? Did a touch and go again. Oh, that's great. Came back around, landed a good touch and go, came back, and yeah, it was good. It was great. It was amazing. I think I did 3 touch and goes and then 1 full stop. And so I was so happy and proud of myself. It took that little time to do my night currency. Why don't I always do this? It wasn't until I got back and had hangared the plane and was just so proud of myself thinking about this. And like, I did. I had that moment of like, why don't we just do touch and goes all the time for night landings? And that was when it hit me. I just went and did currency and didn't get current. My God. You def didn't pencil with the full stop point of view. Why are you I am plausible deniability. You're not per chief CFI instruction. Well, then that's on them. We're all good here. Good Lord. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, it was just one of those things where it's like that is, learn that from the beginning, and just when it was actually there, it didn't look the same mentally, I guess. So yeah, just thought that was funny. Embarrassing, but funny, and a good teaching moment. All right, so I think, let me make sure this is gonna show strange things. Web. Okay. So there and there, we will go find somebody to raid. I was gonna try and go into the find us somebody to raid. Find us somebody to raid. Find us. Sorry. So unnecessary. Okay. Bada boomba. All right, let's see. Do we have any lows and slows? Ooh, this one. Ooh. Ooh. We shall see. Ah. All right, we're checking stuff. or at least we got people who are talking. It is important to know the difference, right? But that's why it was just like, I know this. I knew this back then. I know this now. I teach my students this. What was I thinking? I wasn't, clearly. We're gonna try. We're gonna try this. See what happens. Seems like they're actually there. Hopefully talkative. At least it is easier than the 6 hits needed for IR currency. Right, exactly. Well, I mean, and technically, you really only have to do an approach every month. Yeah, an approach every month, as well as the holding and tracking within the past 6 months. Intercepting and tracking, sorry. So like if you did one a month, you would stay current. But I guess it does it. Well, I will have, yeah, one a month. Because it is, yeah. I have to look at it again, but like at least in the written stuff, there was that whole thing where it's like, if it's January 31st versus if it's February 1st, then it's a June, like you're good through June versus you're good through July, sort of a thing. So, yeah. Yeah, that whole thing. And again, it is like that cumulative. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, anyway. Sorry. Were you allowed to do touch and goes at night, or were you past your training? No comment. Yes, exactly. That's the way to play it. If you leave it all for the end, it stacks up. Right, exactly. And that's why it was nice to get that stuff in with my multi-training. But then like now, yeah, I'm gonna have to, it's coming up for me too. And it is, you kind of gotta like have people. And there are various people, but it's also like schedules need to add up, and I don't know. So we'll see what happens. And it becomes during your instrument training, it seems so easy. Like, how would I not ever be current? And then you get out of instrument training, you're doing all this other stuff, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's freaking how. So yeah. Anyway. All right, so that's all I got. I got this. I got to figure out, we're going to go do the thing. What am I clicking? This button, that button. Yeah. Getting the raid ready. Try this. Okay, there we are. Then we go, yeah. Okay, so there. I can go like this, go like that. Okay. At least your 141 has a, the flight training device. You can do it in for cheap. But, yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, I will say, doing the FTD, and maybe, I gotta look at those again. I got a little bit of time in a simulator, and it's actually been annoying. And story with that as well, with my job application, actually. So it has. It's been annoying just because of how it's yeah, just all the different things like logging and what you can count, what you can't, things like that. And it came up. So when I had to put my flight hours in for my job application, it had type of flying, conditions of flight. So it was night, cross country, simulated / instrument, and it had a thing, parenthetical, do not include simulator time here. And then the next screen was simulator time. And it said PIC, SIC, instruction, dual received, and just total time. And so I was kind of looking at it and I was like, wait, so PIC, why isn't mine counted as PIC? There was something weird where it was like, okay, so can I count it as PIC? But it was like, no, I don't think you can count it as PIC. So why is that option there? PIC, whoa, why? You can't count the simulator as PIC, so why would you have PIC? Yeah, so I was asking instructor about that, friend instructor about that, and he was like, honestly, if it was him, he would just leave the simulator time off entirely. And then I was like, well, okay, but then it's not going to match my instrument time because on my resume I have that included in my instrument time. And so he suggested to just make those match. If they don't want your simulated and actual instrument time to include your simulator time, then you should have on the resume as well, not having that stuff. And I did. I had the minimums regardless, but it was just one of those little things. So I would just, yeah, that thing. I mean, yeah, it is. It's good to get current, but it can be a little bit tricky when it comes to like hours and stuff. And then that does really get a little bit tricky then potentially. So because then it's like, how many approaches did you do in the past how many months? Do you count that? If you can't count simulated instrument time, then can you count the approach? You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. You hate the sim personally, but you can do about half of instrument rating in the FTD, so it saves you money. Right, exactly. But yeah, it sucks to log. You have some signatures you have to remove and get re-signed because right, there it is. Yeah, yep. It was honestly, I think the one that I used, that school, was just trying to get it paid for. But yeah, it was just kind of a headache. So yeah, again, good to use for that purpose, saving some money and everything, but it is going to start to get a little tricky. Yeah. And then I did, going through my logs again, it was like I found like these issues. Like in ForeFlight, I had like waypoints that were auto corrected into something else, and I was like, why did I didn't put that. So I had to go back through and do that, and I found some slight, like with the simulator, I had forgotten to put that it was a simulated flight and everything, so my hours weren't quite matching there, so I got to match that up, and yeah, that's fun. So yeah, it's your understanding that you can log sim instrument time and approaches in the sim, right? So again, the specific job, it was more of a portal actually. So for that, it does not want you to include the simulated instrument time in the instrument section. So the approaches, yes, like it didn't ask anything separate for that. Like it didn't say don't include simulator approaches, or simulator approaches, but it did specifically say don't include simulator time in the instrument part of it. So yeah, I don't know. That's blah, 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 blah. Yeah, anyway. So yeah. I think that's it. So we got a raid here. It looks like they're active, so that should be hopefully good. So yeah, have a fun time in there. Yes, you understand the job app makes sense. Big pain in the rear. Oh, absolutely. And I just thought about like it was technically the portal itself rather than the job that was like making that distinction. So I'm not sure. But yeah, anyway, yeah. Oh, and then I guess the other thing is yeah, so speaking of logbooks and finding issues and everything. So apparently, yeah, so friend instructor, okay, so he was on a trip with the owner of the Constance B-172, who was also trying to become a DPE. So I was trying to make friend instructor, and friend instructor was trying to talk to him about his experience doing that. But it kind of seems like he's playing his cards close to the chest for that thing, just because it's one of those things of like, you can't have too many sort of a thing. And also apparently he is very willing and desiring me to convert his logbooks to ForeFlight. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't like that stuff or anything, but it sounds like he needs it done. So I am probably going to be doing that. 2 full logbooks. So yeah, that'll be interesting at some point. And I get paid for it. So that'll be, yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay. So I think that is it. Whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Let me check the things. Thanks for flying along. Thanks for the follows. Thank you, Mustafa, for the raid. If you haven't checked out Mustafa somehow, check out Mustafa. And yeah, the chats, the helpings. Yeah, all the other good things. All the good things. Yeah. If I've forgotten anything, brain is mush. I'm absolutely sorry. But yes. Thanks for bearing with me, putting up with me and my shenanigans. And anyways, thanks for the stream. You enjoyed hanging out. You look forward to next time. Fingers crossed you'll have your written done and maybe your rating. Yes! That's so exciting. Good luck. And yeah. Oh, that's so I can't. I do have to go to bed. But I have Parallel the Holdopus on my Discord somewhere. I could try to post it again. Maybe it will be helpful, maybe it won't. But if you do have like specific questions about that stuff, again, it's not instruction, but like I could point you in like a direction of like, hey, maybe this would help, sort of a thing. But yeah, one of the big things is like, have you seen the you've seen the thing where it's like, okay, so this is a hold, and based on these sections, this is a parallel, a teardrop, and a direct, right? You can kind of like really roughly estimate what it's going to be by just like, okay, what angle would I be like entering the hold at, and be like, what's going to give me the least turningness, if that helps. And then like it goes, teardrop is the top tier, and then it's parallel, or sorry, no, hang on, direct, and then teardrop, and then parallel is like the, if possible, get it in that order. Because direct is, again, most direct is enter the hold. Teardrop lets you kind of intercept the final approach course before your fix, which makes it a little bit easier than the parallel, which goes straight to the fix. But yeah, other than that, you're in the Discord, so you'll look for it. Okay, sounds good. And I can try to find it too, but just not like now. Maybe like tomorrow. But yeah. So yeah, otherwise, yes, good luck. I'm sure you will do just fine. And yeah, looking forward to hearing about it as well. So yeah, have fun in the raid. I will be going to bed. So yeah, have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all the good things. You have seen that for sure, but you will be sure to reach out if you have specific questions. Not instruction, of course. Exactly. Just study buddying. Yeah. And so yeah, I try to do either Monday, Tuesday, and then if I can't do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. But again, it kind of depends. I even had a moment like last week where I was like, oh God, do I need to like take off like a month or something and just focus on my stuff? I've thought that before, but there's like a lot kind of coming up here that like maybe it would potentially be a good idea, but we'll see. I don't want to. I like keeping on doing this. I get stuff out of it. I hope you guys get stuff out of it. That's not instruction. But yeah, it is. It's just, I like doing this. So yeah, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you. Have fun in the raid. Before I start babbling on about something else, thank you very much and goodbye.